All right, I'm going to start the meeting. If everybody will please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. By way of attendance, we have everybody here except for Mr. Phillips, who is listening in on phone. He is out of town for business. And I'll turn the meeting over to Dr. Zerbe now for the presentation portion.
Good evening. This evening is planned as the last information meeting on school consolidation prior to a planned vote scheduled for February 21st, 2017 on the matter of school consolidation. Our consultants, Milone and McBroom, our solicitor's office, and I will present the remaining information this evening. There will be time for discussion by the board and courtesy of the floor for the members of the public. To frame the understanding of this process and how we progress to this point, it shall be understood that a decline in student enrollment over time, the unbalanced elementary building attendance, future capital investments in elementary buildings, budgetary constraints, along with our overall interest in preserving the quality of education and programming in our district, has perpetuated this comprehensive but important conversation on this matter. As directed by the Board of Education at the January 10th, 2017 meeting on this matter, Milone and McBroom will, this evening, present conceptual boundaries and considerations for 2 building closures, along with additional information that they will share with us this evening. I will be sharing the educational and cost considerations, whereas the solicitor's office will address the site reuse considerations. So it gives me pleasure this evening to introduce Milone and McBroom, our consultants on school consolidation.
Thank you, Dr. Zerbe. Once again, I'm Mike Zibel with Milone and McBroom, and with me tonight is Tim Baird. I just want to take a step back before we begin digging deeper into the information and begin moving forward. And we'll just touch on the process to date as part of tonight's agenda, as well as the new information, which are the new conceptual boundaries we have under the 2-school closure plan, which we presented at the last meeting on the 10th, and then overall considerations for each of those prior presented plans, as well as the plan for tonight, and then moving on into the next steps. Just to take a step back and see where we're at now in February, we began this process, and I know the process was happening here locally for a much greater period of time, but back in July and October and in November presented the facilities utilization analysis as well as the enrollment projections. We spent a few months then developing the redistricting options based on the criteria, which we'll recap in a little bit that you provided us, and developed these conceptual boundaries under various parameters. Where we're at today is coming back with some more information on one of the options in option 8. We're looking at having those scenarios further refined, and as Dr. Zerbe said, a decision in late February in order for the then second part of it, which is no less important than what we've gone through, but really the transition and implementation planning, which we'll touch on in the back half of tonight's presentation. So taking a look at the criteria, one of the big charges that we had was to be able to develop boundaries, and not only develop the boundaries, but also to do it in a manner which is consistent with what the board is seeking to accomplish. First and foremost was to balance enrollment. Second was to maintain neighborhood integrity where practicable. Third is to place students in neighborhood schools and to really minimize the student travel time. And last is to ensure, using our enrollment projections, that these are viable long-term options, and knowing what those considerations or what the impacts are down the road, not only the first 5 years, but really that second 5 years of the projections. Taking a look at scenario 8, this is one that we had presented at the meeting on the 10th. Tim is going to provide a recap of that, as well as walk us through the development of the 3-school K-3 boundaries.
Thank you, Mike. The Scenario 8 provides an option for the closure of two of the elementary buildings as well as a grade realignment to have your elementary schools operating at a K-3 alignment with one of three different options for higher grades to be distributed amongst Skyview, Arcola, and the high school. At the January 10th meeting, we presented our initial assessment of this option, and noted that while you have multiple options before you that would be feasible for that grade realignment portion of the plan, we needed guidance on the addition of any temporary or permanent space that might be required under that two-school closure option. We were directed in acknowledgement that rising enrollment projections at the latter half of our projection horizon might create some a small amount of space need at that point, looking towards the end of that horizon. Eagleville was identified as the building that would be most appropriate for any temporary or permanent expansion of classroom space. And that's owing primarily to the central location and the relative ease of bringing students into that location from more distant parts of the district. Based on that information, we were able to prepare conceptual boundaries for a 3 elementary alignment here. As you can see, all of the existing Audubon district and a portion of the existing Woodland district would attend the Woodland School, as you can see here. All of the existing Arrowhead district, minus a small portion here in the easternmost corner of that existing district, as well as a portion of Woodland, would now attend Eagleville. And Worcester would expand to include the northernmost portion of the existing Eagleville district, as well as the northernmost third of the Woodland district. As you can see, this results in a fairly substantial move of many students across the district. About 620 of the just under 1,000 current K-2 students, if this were to take place, would be subject to some relocation under this plan. We examine this plan both with respect to current school enrollments as well as our projected future enrollments. Based on the current enrollments, we would see between about 415 to 485 students at each building, which is between about a 90 and 104% utilization of individual building capacity. So that would put Eagleville in particular in a position of operating slightly above the capacity we see as being its natural target. However, likely implementation of a 2-building closure owing to the greater administrative complexity of implementing both 2-building closures as well as the grade realignment would make 2018-19 a more natural choice for the first year in which you would operate under this plan. And that would result in student enrollments between about 405 and 460 students, or 83 to 98% utilization of individual building capacity. We've built in capacity here at Woodland and Worcester for location of district-wide programming of at least one classroom in those buildings if that were necessary, with the remaining programming likely to go to Eagleville. Under the maximum projected enrollment in 2026-27 of our projections, this might result in up to 117% utilization of current building capacity, which we're not suggesting would occur through crowding, but rather through, if those enrollment projections were to come to pass, the strategic location of either temporary or permanent building space and additional classrooms at the Eagleville site. This diagram simply shows the trajectory of each school under the high projection scenario. As you can see, the greatest growth is occurring here at the Eagleville School under this set of boundaries, and that's intentional. We're concentrating areas that we're seeing as likely to undergo substantial student growth under that high scenario in the Eagleville attendance zone in order to centralize that potential need and ensure that the district's not placed in a context under which you might be looking at needing to add classroom capacity at more than one building. Our considerations that we've taken from this set of boundaries in this scenario is that a consolidation of two schools is viable under a half-day K program, with additional space added at Eagleville if and when needed towards the latter end of our enrollment projection horizon, so in the 2020s. This would keep most or all of Audubon students, so all of Audubon students and a large majority of Arrowhead students, together with their current classmates when that move would occur. However, 64% of K2 students would be impacted under this scenario, which is the greatest proportion of students impacted by any of the scenarios that we've presented. This reorganization, again, wouldn't fit particularly well with the current year enrollment, but again, with anticipated declines based on known births and known cohorts of students, this should fit well with minimum class size flexibility, consistent with your current policy. From any of the future years, 2018, 19, and forward in particular, that would line up with the likely timeline for implementing this program. Potential growth, again, is concentrated in Eagleville, and the foreseeable need for new classrooms at that facility would range from about 2 to 5 at the end of the projection horizon under the highest enrollment conditions that we're forecasting. And that might take the form of either portables or a building expansion. So that concludes our portion of the assessment of Scenario 8.
So in regards to Scenario 8, the educational opportunities, as reviewed by the Methacton administration, this scenario does provide some additional utilization of capacity in other buildings. So as it's been discussed in the past, it's certainly understandable that the closure of two buildings and a grade configuration would allow us to reuse some of the available capacity in any of either the Arcola Intermediate School or the high school, depending on the option that is determined. In addition, it helps preserve our existing programs and services, as spoken about at the beginning of this meeting, as well as in previous meetings. We know that some cost avoidance associated with a decision of this nature would help us to be able to maintain the existing programs and services. Financial impact may provide for future educational programs. Also, with the cost avoidance, it could provide us the opportunity to consider things like full-day kindergarten program, as mentioned in the fifth bullet down below. It also provides a more balanced distribution of enrollment and resources. So while it not only distributes students in a more balanced approach, that in turn would allow us to better and more effectively utilize staff in doing the same. It allows for the repurposing of staff to enhance additional instruction and programs, and it has a potential of restructuring the instructional service delivery model. For example, integrated therapies, learning support services, and gifted education. Such a change of this nature gives us that opportunity to rethink the way that those programs and services are delivered to benefit the children. The grade level reconfiguration allows for a more targeted focus on primary, intermediate, and secondary instruction aligned to the state standards. So while certainly our instruction is currently aligned to state standards, the state typically uses the focus areas of primary being K3, and the middle intermediate being 4 through 8, and secondary being in the high school. So it does give a greater alignment there. In addition, we have a greater focus, can have a greater focus on professional development and collaboration on standardized practices, and a greater alignment of grade level interventions and supports. And lastly, it will allow us to reallocate technology resources. If we go to the next slide, we can see that other considerations, a change of this nature would require a significant change in the school performance profile, or SPP, which is really the district's report card as prescribed by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It may have some contractual implications. In addition, this transition will require an additional transition for students in the initial year. This has to be considered at the reallocation of district-wide special education classrooms, and we've had those conversations in previous meetings on what that would entail. And lastly, it would certainly give us some scheduling changes as a result of the increased populations in each of the buildings. And that should end my information on the educational opportunities for this scenario. If we look at the next several slides, we're going to be talking about the financial impact. So you'll see that I will go through the financial impact for Arrowhead closure, and then a financial impact for Audubon closure, and then I will present the combination for this scenario. While I failed to mention at the beginning of the meeting, I just want everybody to know that this presentation will be posted on the website starting tomorrow morning, and it'll be available for your review. So the potential impact for the closure of Arrowhead. If you look at the potential cost by category, we broke this out into building operational cost. These include things like the insurance for the building, building maintenance, and the utility expenditures. Things like supplies, materials, other things that make up the building itself are likely going to need to be reallocated to another building if, in fact, a closure is determined. So they're not factored in this type of cost. If you look at the next row, personnel cost, generally speaking, looking at the positions both from administrative to support to professional, we can anticipate the potential savings about $896,000 as it's broken out in the pie chart to the right of this table. We also know that as of the recent October 2016 facilities assessment study, we know that our capital cost avoidance for years 1 through 5 is approximately $9.8 million, and that our capital cost avoidance for years 6 through 10, about $2.8 million. So when we add these costs up and we look at the overall cost avoidance for a 5-year projection, it's about $14 million. And a 10-year projection of about $22 million. Next slide, please. If we were to consider an Audubon closure independent of this scenario and the previous cost information that I shared, again, the same types of costs are outlined here. The operational cost, again, including insurance, maintenance, and utility expenditures. The personnel cost, you'll see that this number is the same as the personnel cost associated with the Arrowhead closure. The reason being, while there's likely to be more staff at Audubon currently, a closure of a building or a closure of 2 buildings will likely result in a similar number of staff being needed to address the educational needs and programs going forward. So the cost is exactly identical from closing one to the next in terms of personnel cost. Again, going back to the October 2016 facilities assessment, you'll see that the capital cost avoidance for years 1 through 5 is $6.1 million. Capital cost avoidance for years 6 through 10, $5.7, or a 5-year projected annual cost avoidance of about $11.2 million, or a 10-year projected cost avoidance of about $22 million. Next slide, please. So if we look at scenario 8, the one that we started here this evening, the financial summary, the potential cost by category, same number of categories. The costs are basically added up here in the building operational cost. The personnel cost, as you notice, is footnoted at the bottom. The 2 building closure discounts personnel savings by about 25% due to potential staff reallocations and grade configurations and need. Capital costs are added up here for both of the buildings for years 1 through 5, 6 through 10, and then those numbers up above are calculated to give you the 5 and 10-year projections, with a 10-year projection of this scenario to be a cost avoidance of about $40.6 million. So that ends my presentation. Next on our agenda, we'll hear from our solicitor's office, Mr. Eric Fry, on property use.
Thank you. We took a look at the properties, both as to their location, kind of description of what's surrounding them, what's on the property right now, the history, and then really compared the proposed or potential property use if a school was closed, what could happen at those locations. In order to help explain the next couple of slides after the aerials, we gave an aerial of both location. This is the Audubon school. As you can see, it has the school itself, a lot of parking areas, outdoor recreational fields, being a outdoor baseball field and soccer fields and playgrounds and things like that. But this is more to show you the surrounding uses. You can see that it's surrounded by a church to the east, and then really to the north and west, mainly single-family homes, some open space, and then to the south is the golf course. The next one is Arrowhead School, which is surrounded almost exclusively, actually exclusively, by single-family homes. The zoning around it is R2, except on that slide to the top of the slide, top left of the slide, is actually R3 in that location, which is really single-family home as well, but it just allows different sizes of homes in that location. So these aerials will help explain the next slide, which is really the description of each of the properties. And just to go through it, Audubon Elementary School, as you know, is located on Egypt Road. It's slightly larger than Arrowhead. It's 14 acres. It has public water and sewer. The building there is about 58,000 square feet. It was built in 1928, and we looked into it. It's had 6 renovations since that time. As shown in the aerial, it has a Little League field, soccer field, outdoor basketball court. Its zoning is R2, which we'll explain a little bit more later. And it also has a PFO, Public Facilities Open Space Overlay District, which allows them to do some other things as well. And then the surrounding uses is what I described previously on the aerial. Arrowhead is similar. It's on level road. It's 12.5 instead of 14. Public water and sewer. The building's comparable size, other than it being a lot newer construction. It's got the 2 Little League fields. It's the exact same zoning, which is what I want to show here. So at both sites, legally under the zoning ordinance, we can do the same thing at either site. And the surrounding uses is what I described. We can bounce to the next slide. What we looked at here are the permissive uses. And I know the board talked previously when I wasn't here that they considered doing an appraisal, and we advised that appraisal of these 2 locations would cost the board potentially $15,000 or more to do. So we didn't recommend that would be a great thing to do, especially given the fact that they're both so similar. Appraisal is going to show that they're similar anyway. So I don't think it's going to change your mind or be a factor that really influences you either way. Additionally, we talked about having somebody lay out what could go in either one of these properties. Again, that could run you about $5,000 per property to lay that out. So we didn't think it would be ideal to spend the money in that manner. And what we did in our office is really kind of took a couple rules of thumb here. If you look at the two properties being 14 acres and 12.5 acres, kind of a rule of thumb in development is you take 80% of that, and that's what becomes developable, because you have to back out steep slopes, wetlands, potential locations for roadways if you're going to lay out lots. So if you take all that out, that's typically about 20% of the site. So that leaves about 80% to develop. What that would allow you is about 11 acres in Audubon and 10 acres in Arrowhead. So it actually gets it a little closer. If you would develop either of those properties under the R2, which is the underlying zoning district, R2 requires 25,000 square feet lots. What that would allow you to do at Audubon is about 19 lots, and at Arrowhead about 17. There is some other potential OSR development, which is open space, reservation district type things, and that allows you to do smaller lots, but essentially save open space surrounding those lots and historical factors or wetlands or woodlands. And that actually would allow you to put 23 lots at Audubon and 21 at Arrowhead. So you can see they're within 1 or 2 lots, depending on how you would develop it. So really, the way somebody would value this would be a certain dollar value per lot. So you're probably talking within $100,000 of themselves between the two properties. So there really isn't that big of a difference between the two, and really the by right uses at either location under the R2 is single-family detached dwelling units. Obviously, we're not talking about if somebody would come in and try and get a variance or a rezone or something like that. And my recommendation to this board would be if a buyer would potentially come in and do that, is that we not consider that. We're not selling it for that purpose. If somebody wanted to do that, they would have to buy it from us, and then they could go their own route doing that. But that would then be up to the township whole governmental process of having hearings themselves and going through the process of doing something that's legally not permissible right now. The other uses that are permitted are things like public facilities, being township buildings, open space, park space, things like that, and elementary schools are permitted. So I don't know if there's a market for that, but somebody could come in here, a private school or something else, and actually continue the educational use of that location.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll just provide a quick summary of the main considerations that we saw in the overall examination of Scenario 8 here. In terms of opportunities, of course, the two-building closure option would provide for more efficient utilization of space at both the Skyview Arcola campus or the high school, depending on which grade reconfiguration option was selected. It would provide, as Dr. Zerbe described, the greatest estimated cost avoidance and annual operational cost avoidance going forward, as well as the greatest potential revenue or community benefit from reuse of those sites. Lastly, it would provide the greatest potential to preserve the educational opportunities for current and future students through those cost savings. Some of the considerations alongside that are that approximately 64% of current students would be affected under this scenario. The possibility of additional capacity needs, whether that would be a building expansion or portable classrooms, may come into play if and when enrollment at the elementary level increase later on in our enrollment projections. As well, the reduced capacity there does largely preclude full-day K implementation under foreseeable future enrollments unless some form of building expansion were to occur to provide capacity for it. And lastly, the implementation effort entailed in the two building closures as well as grade reconfiguration would require at least a year of planning, likely, in order for this to be a successfully implemented option going forward. Dr. Zerbe, do you have anything to add on this? Great. So now we'll look to provide a recap of the scenarios that were described at the January 10th meeting. We went into these in greater detail at that time, and this set of scenarios, scenario 5, 3, and 1, were those that we were directed by the board to carry forward and remain under consideration as we go forward. Scenario 5, or closing Arrowhead, this recaps the district boundaries that were conceptually proposed for this option. Again, this would involve the closure of Arrowhead and its students being split primarily between Audubon and Eagleville, with a small contingent moving up to Worcester. Many Audubon students would then be attending the Woodland District, as well as some Eagleville students moving up to Worcester there. So in total, this is about 430 students of the 1,340 K-3 students at that grade level that would be impacted under this option. Dr. Zerbe, would you like to recap any of the educational items?
Again, under this scenario number 5, the closure of Arrowhead, the educational opportunities before us, and other considerations. Again, similar to the scenario 8, it would improve utilization of capacity in other buildings. So that would mean that, but in a different perspective, where we would, for scenario 8, would bump into Arcola and potentially the high school. This scenario would be where closure of one building would then improve the utilization of the remaining 4 elementary schools. It does help preserve our existing programs and services by through cost avoidance and reallocation of resources. Certainly does have a financial impact, and it may provide for future programming. It provides a more balanced distribution of our enrollment and resources, and it has a potential to allow us to implement full-day kindergarten in the future. It allows for the repurposing of the staff to enhance instruction and programming, and the potential restructuring of the instructional and service delivery models, as exampled in scenario 8 as well, the integrated therapies, learning support services, and gifted education, as well as RTII. It will provide a more concentrated professional development opportunities and a greater alignment of the grade levels for interventions and supports, and certainly will provide scheduling efficiencies, particularly with related arts programming, and the reallocation of technology resources. Some of the other considerations that we would take into account: the additional transitions to the new buildings in the initial year, the reallocation of district-wide special education programs, and the scheduling changes as a result of the increased populations. In the next slide, this is just a recap of the previous information that we shared with you in terms of the closure of Arrowhead and what that might be potentially in cost. So this is the financial summary for scenario 5. Same data, same information as we previously seen. If we go to the next slide, again, this represents the same information that Mr. Five from our solicitor's office represented in the scenario 8 that he spoke to. Mr. Fry, is there anything else that you want to add to this?
Just so they're separated, in Arrowhead, it is 12.5 acres, which would allow approximately 17 lots, residential lots under the R2, or 21 under the overlay. So that's really what you could expect a developer to come in and look at trying to do there.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Our scenario 5 summary For opportunities, we note that this, again, more evenly distributes enrollment among the elementary buildings. The boundaries are designed to provide that balance relative to the relative levels of your existing buildings. This would provide a fairly efficient utilization of your elementary buildings over the next 10 years, along with moderate cost avoidance and moderate potential revenue, again, roughly half that of the two-building closure. This could be accomplished for the next school year, pending approval of those boundaries, in contrast to the two-building closure option, which would likely require a delay to 2018-19. Lastly, it helps to preserve educational programming and your future needs, whatever they might be, across the district. Some of the considerations are that 33% of current students would be impacted, so substantially less than the two-school closure option. Reduced capacity across the system largely precludes full-day K implementation under those foreseeable future enrollments, again, without some sort of building expansion there. May require some class size flexibility, consistent with your current policy on a sort of case-by-case basis, not on a broad level, but just in particular years in response to bulk grades that might be moving through. Lastly, this will, of course, require administrative work in order to implement that transition for the 2017-18 school year. Scenario 3, or the closure of Audubon, is fairly similar in many respects to the Arrowhead closure. I'll just review the boundaries quickly. Under this scenario, the bulk of existing Audubon students would move up to Woodland, with the northernmost part of that district, as well as a small section of the Eagleville district, moving up to the existing Arrowhead facility. The new Eagleville district would encompass the central portion of the current Eagleville district, as well as the balance of the Woodland district. And lastly, Worcester moves down in its boundary to grab the northernmost section of the Eagleville district. The total impact here is a bit higher than the Arrowhead conceptual boundaries, with about 640 of your 1340 current K-3 students impacted under this set of this geography. The educational opportunities are largely similar there, as are the financials. Again, that aligns with what was shown previously in the review for the closure of Arrowhead. Again, property use also aligns with those opportunities are roughly similar, unless there's anything you'd like to add. Our summary for this option, then, is that, again, it more evenly distributes enrollment among elementary buildings, provides for efficient utilization of your elementary buildings over the coming 10 years. Again, it has moderate cost avoidance and moderate potential revenue, about half that of a two-building closure option. Could be accomplished for next year, the same as Arrowhead might be. And it helps to preserve your educational programming and gives you flexibility to meet potential future needs educationally. In terms of considerations, just under half of current students at that grade level would be impacted by this set of boundaries, which is a bit higher than that experienced for Arrowhead. The reduced capacity, again, largely precludes a full-day K implementation in the foreseeable future without some sort of building expansion or additional capacity. May require some class size flexibility on a case-by-case basis, very similar to Arrowhead in that respect, not a markedly different degree to which our projections foresee that taking place. And again, will require administrative work to make that transition happen, should you choose to pursue this option for 2017-18. Lastly, scenario 1 is our rebalancing only scenario. So this does not involve the closure of any buildings, and instead just makes some small changes to the district geography of these attendance zones in order to better balance enrollments between schools. In total, about 100 students would be impacted with this small corner of the Audubon and Eagleville districts moving up to Arrowhead. Arrowhead also gaining another section of the Eagleville district to the north, and then other sections of Audubon in the north moving to Eagleville and Woodland. So that just, again, balances out enrollments from schools that are operating at a relatively higher level of utilization to those operating at a lower level of utilization. Our opportunities and considerations for this scenario would be that, again, it would more evenly distribute enrollment between your various buildings, would have the most limited disruption to the current students and families, and to a greater extent maintain more neighborhood-centered schools than the other options. This, of course, can be implemented for next year, as can the one building closure options, pending approval of boundaries, and would have the most limited administrative impact in terms of implementation. This would preserve building capacity for accommodating scheduling and any differences in programmatic needs that may arise, as well as any potential future district-wide full-day K implementation wouldn't require any building expansions or additions of capacity. For considerations, these buildings would remain utilized well below their capacity under all projected enrollment scenarios, including our highest and most aggressive growth scenario. This would be least efficient from an operational cost standpoint, as well as use of space across all grade levels and buildings, and would continue to see space across these buildings being used in a very limited or going unused sort of way. There would be no avoidance of the known capital costs in either the Arrowhead or Audubon buildings under this option, and would provide limited opportunities to reallocate resources for maintaining or improving educational programs due to those operational and capital costs that would continue to be incurred. With that concludes our summary of those options, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Zerbe to discuss the timeline and implementation considerations.
So on this next slide, I'm just talking about process. Certainly this is a representation of what transition is a representation of the transition if the board were to decide and approve that a school closure would be necessary. So if we take a look at the first slide, we're talking about a transition process which is broken up into two phases. The first phase can generally be thought of as actions that need to be taken prior to the start of a coming school term. So, for example, if the board were to decide that that a one building closure would be the preferred result, the matters of communication or outreach and dissemination of information regarding the activities, involvement from parents, as well as keeping a status of the progress will be provided, and is, in my opinion, probably one of the most important things that we can do if a process and transition is imminent. That will be spearheaded by the superintendent, principals, and communication coordinator. In addition to communication, we have to consider matters of staffing and programming. The combination of certification, classification, seniority, enrollment, and building capacity will be used to finalize the staffing and programming assignments and resulting furloughs and/or demotions. So the Human Resources Director, the Legal Counsel, our association, our union leadership, our Pupils Services Director, our Curriculum Director, and our building principals will all play part in the matters associated with staffing and programming. Another component to this is the school calendar. If, for example, a building was to be scheduled to close for the start, prior to the start of the 17-18 school term, I would recommend to the board that school would start after Labor Day for students, and that would be the responsibility for the consideration by the board and the superintendent. If we look at a fourth area of this matter, we know that transportation is a matter that needs to be addressed, and it would include the closing as part of an overall routing implementation. So the Montgomery County Intermediate Unit, as well as the BusPass or Orbit software, and the administrative team will be gearing up to support any changes in transportation and things required associated with that. In addition to transportation and the other matters, we know that a very important part of our school and our culture is the success of the home and school, and we know that with any potential closure that we would need to provide whatever assistance they may need in order to help with membership and the transition between schools and officers and things of that nature. So our coordinator of communications as well as building principals will be made available to assist home and school if a closure is determined. And certainly, while communication, I said, was probably the most important thing, certainly the way it will impact our students, parents, and staff is probably the second most important thing associated with. So these items aren't in really priority order, but the student, parent, and staff transition is critical. We will provide coordination of activities for the affected students, parents, and the staff. Between the building principals, the school counselors, communication coordinator, special education supervisors, we will work with all of our students and groups of students, especially those with special needs, to help the parents and the students and our staff with the transition activities over the coming months if it were determined that a school closure were to occur. And lastly, as part of this phase one activities prior to the start of a school term, we would have to consider the operations, and those would be things like food services. As you may recall, there was discussions about some room renovations where walls may need to be erected in order to provide for smaller spaces for special education services and other related services. And then the movement of furniture, materials, and supplies, those things would have to be coordinated and addressed. So our food service contractor, Aramark, our building principals, our custodial staff, our maintenance staff, it would be my recommendation, if this were to occur, that we would engage a moving company to assist us with such a transition, and certainly our technology department would be involved in these types of operational changes. When I spoke about the transition process, on the next slide, you'll see that the second phase is really, while brief, really are actions that follow the start of a coming school term. So these are actions to address any residual fixtures, furniture, materials, supplies, and property following the start of a term. And then they generally would begin in September following the completion of phase one. If we consider those actions and how they might fit in time, this is a representation of how that might look. So if we look at the phase one actions prior to the start of the school term, you can see that decisions on the preferred outcome likely is currently planned for February. You can see that communications is planned throughout the entire transition process. Boundary line outreach and approval is needed by mid-March in order to make any such transition successful. We know that the change in the school calendar, and that calendar needs to be adopted. We can see that transportation engagement and planning, while it's already begun, we would now need to address, a single building closure or whatever the resulting decision is. We can see that transportation stop and route testing and finalization occurring in June, as well as transportation notification families in August. We have other program logistics, like where do certain district-wide programs, or where they're going to be placed. That will begin in March. We'll probably carry through along with staffing determinations for the month of March, April, and May. And then we can see that we'll engage a moving company thereabouts in April to assist us with the labeling and logistics associated with moving supplies and materials. The supplies and materials are likely to be moved, or at least tagged, beginning in May sometime. Then the movement will likely take place in June, July, and August. The planned renovations will coincide with the determination of the program logistics and other staffing determinations. That renovation likely can begin on, during the weekends, starting in May, and carry throughout the summer if needed. We have the elementary school scheduling will likely coincide with program logistics and staffing, as well as home and school transition. We'll start engaging with home and school in April. You can see that the student staff transition activities will be ongoing from April through September to ensure that there's a thorough and consistent and enriching opportunity for new people to meet up and address any of the challenges associated with the transition. Food services, consolidation and planning. School begins in September, and planning for step 2 of the transition, or phase 2 of the transition, will occur shortly after that. Some of the other related initiatives, again, with any, while a decision is currently planned for the meeting on the 21st of February, I think it's important that the board recognizes and the administration shares with the board, while we're certainly not without a lot of other work that's before us. And I think it's important that as an administrative team, we reviewed these items, and we want you to know that certainly there's a little bit of overlap, but it's important that you understand some of the biggest things that are maybe before us in addition to potential school consolidation. We will be presenting tomorrow evening at the Education Committee meeting the recommendation to adopt the new student information system. In general terms, the student information system is a system that keeps the attendance, the grades, and does the scheduling, and is part of the access by parents into helping us and communicating with the progress of a child's education. So that system, generally speaking, is a predominantly fundamental information system that drives the district, from scheduling to grades, attendance, etc. We believe that it'll have its greatest impact in grades 5 through 12. Since those are the grades that currently leverage our existing student information system. And it is our belief, and as Mr. Sosnovic will share in the Education Committee and likely at a future board meeting, that our recommendation to move to a new student information system is long overdue, and is one that is positioned to provide the district with a greater control over its information and the ability to leverage that information to be more effective, not only in communicating, but also in allocation of our resources and the operation of the schools. The second item is we've been for probably about 6 months now having discussions and reviewing materials associated with a proposed new English language arts program, materials and resource adoption. As you know, we adopted a new resource in our math curriculum this current school year, and it is currently being evaluated by our administrative team and our teachers as to what resources would be best utilized to align our curriculum with the state standard better than we currently have. So that proposal and that implementation of such will likely have its greatest impact in grades K through 4. And it's likely not to have much impact at all in any of the other grades. And it will be a significant, if implemented and approved, bless you, it will be a significant impact not only to the administrative team, but most certainly to our teachers, our students, and our parents. The next two items, capital projects and financing, while we have some control over this to a degree, in my opinion, we can certainly go maybe as fast or as slow as we need or as we're financially able to. It is, however, important that we don't lose sight of the fact that, the facilities assessment and the resulting dollar figures associated with the projects are a result of putting off projects in the past. And while I'm the first to say that, we have some control and maybe we can move things in a year, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that it is important to make sure that our facilities are appropriate for the education of our children and that they are well maintained and provide the quality structure as we expect. So of the four items that I mentioned there, probably that one we have the most flexibility with. And the last one, contract negotiations. It should be known that we have contract negotiations with all of our labor groups, and that is not something that we have much flexibility on in terms of how fast or how slow we can move on the matter. So it's something that certainly is going to have a transition process and schedule all of its own. However, in reviewing these things, these options above us should not impede a transition if the board were to decide that a one-building closure was the preferred result. The challenge will be, however, as mentioned in some previous slide, bless you, that any successful transition will be dependent on our ability to approve the boundaries. While we might approve a scenario, approving the boundaries is the one action that will allow us to, engage the transportation matters in a most effective and timely manner and engage the administrative staff and addressing all those other matters that I said were necessary in phase one. Next steps.
You want to take it from there? All right. What we're looking for now is for a discussion on any of the new information from the board that we've presented tonight, but really to be able to have a dialogue that we can move forward, as Dr. Zerbe mentioned, and we have laid out and have been through in the past, indicating a preferred alternative so all of these other moving parts can begin to be able to get some answers to the questions, to begin those separate processes, to have some structure to going through and doing the staff assignments, the bus routing, everything that needs to be done in order to be able to move whatever the board's preferred alternative, if any, forward are. One of the things that Dr. Zerbe had mentioned, and is really important, is the approval of the boundaries. That's not something that's going to happen with a vote on the 21st. That's something that we have to have some outreach. Dr. Zerbe laid out a game plan to be able to go out and meet with the parents, meet with the teaching community there, to be able to vet those from a transportation standpoint. And once those are then voted on and acted on, and we have the final approved boundaries, can then all of the other moving parts begin to happen moving forward in sequence to begin that implementation and, like we call, is the transitioning plan, where people get more clarity on what's going to happen in the next year or 2 years, depending on which of the options that the board opted to move forward with. So with that said, that really ends our formal part of the presentation tonight. We'll turn it over to the board for any discussion, dialogue, or questions.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you very much. My first questions are regarding, let's start off with scenario 8. What about, in that scenario, based on the meeting on the 10th, we had 3 sub-scenarios, quote-unquote, of which the first one, grades 4 through 6 at Skyview, 7 and 8 Arcola, 9, 10, 11, 12 at the high school. That first one, basically, you said is not viable because the projected enrollments consistently exceed capacity under all scenarios. So I'm just ruling that one out. The second one, grades 4, 5 at Skyview, 6, 7, and 8 at Arcola, 9, 10, 11, 12 at the high school. So that basically affects 2 different buildings, Skyview and Arcola, of which I didn't hear any of that addressed tonight regarding scenario 8. The third option, grades 4 and 5 at Skyview, 6 and 7 at Arcola, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 at the high school. I think most people in this room would think that is not a good idea based on the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So therefore, that leaves us down to the middle one, scenario 8B, if you will. So that's grades 4, 5 at Skyview, 6 through 8 at Arcola, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we are not only effectively closing 2 schools, but we're radically changing the grade configurations of the other 2 schools. I'd like to know how that's going to be done before we even move on to considering this scenario at all. Because based on my prior knowledge, I know for a fact that Skyview is not configured to handle those grade levels. Arcola, yes, because 6, 7, and 8 was once at Arcola. But I have serious concerns and reservations about 4, 5, and 6 at Skyview. Cafeteria space,
4, 5.
Instrumental usage with choral and band, the art rooms, based on all the other tech ed configurations that are being used. I would also need to know what kind of building reconfigurations we would do as far as costs with bathrooms and classrooms and things like that. So that was not addressed at all in that scenario 8. Real quick on the other 2 scenarios, 5 and 3, they basically seem to be a toss-up. But the thing that confuses me is one sentence says that all full-day kindergarten is viable, yet, however, that is not viable unless you start adding on to buildings. So there's a conflict in information that I see in the presentation tonight. So if we would, could we please address scenario 8 first? Thank you.
So with regards to scenario 8's, the different grade alignment options there, those were discussed in some detail at the prior meeting. Your understanding that a 3-grade at Skyview alignment is something that we are not recommending, that's correct. With regards to 6-8 at Arcola, we've indicated that that's likely viable, and that the 8-12 at the high school, while viable from a capacity standpoint perhaps, wouldn't likely be our first recommendation on that. I don't think that we can speak directly to the specific cost issues in terms of the physical plant for updating Skyview to handle grades 4 and 5. I believe Dr. Zerbe spoke to it a little bit in the prior meeting.
So wait a minute, did you just say that you would not recommend 4, 5, and 6 at Skyview, or you would?
No, we recommend.
We would not recommend that.
Okay, so where are grade 4 kids going with the K through 3?
Grade 4 and 5 would be at Skyview. Grades 6 through 8 would be at Arcola.
Okay. So we don't have that information.
I think it's important. I think it's important that for our discussion here this evening, it should be known that this meeting was scheduled to provide additional information as requested from the meeting on January 10th. So while it is true that we didn't speak to all the matters that we spoke to on the 10th or even in previous meetings, I can see that there's some new faces in the audience, and I think to Mr. Roth's credit, it may be important for us to kind of briefly review some of those options and how we got here to today, if that's possible, gentleman, only because yeah, he's raising questions that a lot, while we discussed and a lot were answered, it may not be apparent to those new faces in the audience, and it may not be completely fair for them.
Yeah, if we could just load the presentation from the 10th and then be able, I guess, to walk back through it so we have the materials. I know we have it on a thumb drive, but it's not readily available. So we'll load that while we're handling other questions and come back to it if you don't mind for the, yeah, we have it.
Okay, so we'll go over, we'll come back to that, revisit that one then. Okay. The full-day kindergarten option was something that I had down here, where if the full-day kindergarten option was to be used with this consolidation of two schools, you're saying then we would need to then possibly add on to Eagleville, correct? Because that's the most centrally located school.
Yeah, as we move forward with our projections, and we're projecting a rebound in the last 5 to 10 years, the way the boundaries were drawn, it was to guide that underlying growth into Eagleville, because the dialogue we had at the last meeting on if you had your druthers on where to do a building addition, it would be centrally located, and from the standpoint of not doing several small building projects, we thought if we were able to guide the growth that there's an economy there in having it in one school at Eagleville. What that was is under the K-3 3-school scenario, under your current half-day kindergarten, if the projections hold true 10 years out, you would likely need some space in the back half of that, is what we're pointing out.
So at about year 5?
No,
6?
it was actually years 7, years 8, 9, 10 is where it really...
Okay. So basically in another year, we'd have to start planning then, because knowing how long it takes to do any work to a school, whether an addition, you know, I mean, just look how long for the school process or school closings we've gone through, almost 2 years, over 2 years. So with the process of that, we would have to really consider that as a part of our decision-making now, because if we're going to consider closing 2 schools, we have to then plan on an addition to Eagleville as some whether it be modulars, whether it be additional classrooms, to handle that increase. Now, that increase we only know is going up to from years 7, 8, 9, and 10. We don't know about from beyond that, but even then, still, the stretch could produce an even higher increase.
Yeah, we're shedding light on what we foresee based on the projections and demographics. And we felt it was very important to have that in your long-term decision-making, at least knowing what was likely to occur.
Okay, then my last thing was then, when scenarios 3 and 5 respectively, they're virtually identical with their, you know, benefits and whatever, I mean, however you want to look at it. There is a savings and cost avoidance of about $700,000 over the 10 years, from what I can understand. But the biggest thing is the impact on the students. So you're basically saying that it would be about 200 more students would be impacted with the closure of Audubon than Arrowhead, correct? Based on those documents, just by looking at those numbers. But so my question is which school then would be more conducive to accepting those students? I mean, we know about 436 being relocated with an Arrowhead closure and 638 being relocated with an Audubon closure. Which one of those 2 schools would be better easily handle the excess capacity that's going to be given to them? We know that Woodland can handle it. We know Worcester and Eagleville. But what about the other one? Okay, if you know if you're getting what I'm getting at.
I believe I understand where you're getting at with it, and I think it may be helpful just to show those 2 potential set of boundaries side by side to facilitate a little bit of comparison on it. As you said, the closed Audubon option would be about 640 students relocated. You can sort of see where they're moving to under that boundary again. We have the bulk of Audubon students moving up to Woodland, with some of them Also going up to Arrowhead, Eagleville absorbs a significant share of the remaining Woodland students who had been sort of displaced by the movement up I described previously. And lastly, Worcester takes the northernmost part of the Eagleville district there. Just looking at it qualitatively, especially in comparison to the Arrowhead district, is that those districts are a little bit more contiguous and sort of logically boundary, just in terms of falling into rough neighborhoods. Again, you can see the quick comparison here, that the new Woodland district, for example, would be fairly contiguous, as would the new Arrowhead district there. All of them are somewhat compact there. By comparison here, although fewer students are impacted under the closure of Arrowhead, the district boundaries here are a little more strange. We, for example, have this oddly shaped Woodland boundary absorbing portions of the existing Audubon district while also maintaining its existing area. So again, that's what you ask about. What schools would be well suited for receiving those students? When there's a closure, of course, there's multiple impacts. There's not only the students moved from that building, but also students potentially displaced to make room for them. Fewer students would be affected in that way under the closure of Arrowhead, but you need to weigh that against, essentially, the neighborhood cohesiveness of your school boundaries.
Right, and that's a very good point, too. And that was part of my next question. But the primary question I had was what building physically would be able to handle the influx of students?
All the buildings, all the remaining buildings. Well, our goal is to utilize all of the space within all of the buildings. So as Tim mentioned, you have to make moves of students who aren't directly impacted by the school consolidation to make room for students to be welcomed into the school that's kind of closest to them. So there's several moves there in order to make room. So we're utilizing all of the space you have left across your remaining buildings in all scenarios. If it was the closure of 2 schools, we maximized, and the loss of 4th grade moving up, we maximized the space in all of the buildings. That's why you're seeing different numbers of students moving throughout the different options as a way to keep cohesive neighborhoods and keep students together and move them with larger peer groups into schools that have space.
Okay.
So it's really utilizing everything you have as part of your portfolio of schools, not just one given school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll just piggyback off of Herb's question real quick. In terms of, I'd like to ask the administration, not taking into account, we obviously know both buildings can accommodate the students, the influx of students. If you close Audubon, Arrowhead could do it, vice versa. Is there a preference from administration which building has a better flow to it, is more designed, or could handle the kids, the flow of kids better? I know they can fit in the building, but is there a preference to the way the building is designed?
There is. And that preference, the design of the Arrowhead building is a greater preference than the design of the Audubon building. And for 2 reasons. One, the flow, as you may be aware, with the 7 renovations over the period of its life, it has wings that you can only get to from certain locations, and in addition to that, the Arrowhead building provides greater flexibility if we were to add on additional classrooms and additional modulars if need be.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of scenario 8, I appreciate all the additional information here, but the one thing which I'm missing is in the prior presentation, we saw what the actual schools would look like, whereas we would see the average class size, the number of classrooms that were utilized. That's missing in the current presentation. Was there a reason why that was left out?
Just for the sake of brevity, we wanted to We had about 50 slides in the deck, but we have summarized what those impacts are without getting into the individual class breakdowns. We did go through that same exercise, but we just provided it in a summarized fashion.
My recollection is that it was, I think we would need 55 classrooms amongst the remaining 3, but there was no talk of what the class size would look like there. We had talked about, possible upticks with the closure of 1 school, but we never really got into that with the closure of 2.
Yeah, we'll have to, we loaded up to go through fully on scenario 2, which responded to the previous question. Then we can flip back to that slide and get into it. We don't have it in this. Yeah, he's looking at this 2-school closure.
And while he's kind of looking at that, I had also brought up the idea of transportation, and I guess this might get back to administration. Was there any testing of the proposed boundaries? We saw what they would look like tonight. Was it run through the transportation office to see if you closed the 1 school, how long it would take the students who are at the southern end of the boundary, I guess for Audubon, how long it would now take them to get to Woodland? I'm assuming that's a substantially longer trip than it was before. Did we do any testing of routes? And the same thing probably goes for, I guess, looking at the map, Eagleville students to Worcester. I imagine that the travel times would be higher there. Do we test any routes or anything? Or
That's part of the next step process. Is that accurate?
That is part of the next step process. What typically happens next would be to be able to then go through and look at the preferred scenario from a transportation standpoint, make any tweaks necessary, and then bring that scenario or scenarios out to the public then for their comment on it as well, before those then get finalized and adopted by the board.
Okay, I'd like to voice my concern, I guess, along those lines, that we would vote to close 1 or 2 schools prior to knowing what the actual transportation impact would be.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, the boundaries are conceptual in that we're discussing the larger moving areas. However, if through this transportation part of what we would call sort of the audit of the new routing, if there were areas identified that can save transportation dollars or better economize an existing route or creating new routes, then those adjustments get made before you go out publicly then. This is really the first step in it. And you really strive to be able to sort of work within your budget, or based on the new layout, you may have to come up with entirely new routing areas for those, and then that would get captured in a revised set of boundaries, which would then be the ones that would be used to go and engage the public, and then later for you to be able to vote on. So these were intended to be developed in order to generate the staffing, the class sizes, get an idea of the fit for the buildings, but not bus routing yet. They will go through the process of the audit for bus routing.
No, I understand that these are preliminary boundaries, and community impact and things like that would definitely be looked into, but the point of the matter still is that there could be such a significant impact transportation-wise where it might make a decision one way or the other. Like I said, there's the one section at the bottom of that map, closer to Pauling's Road as you're getting out of the district, that they're going to be going somewhere else regardless. So my concern would be is if it takes them an extra 20 minutes, regardless of what you do, you know where they're going. They're going to Woodland in both scenarios, but just with the transportation issues that we've had, that's a bit of a concern.
Hey, Mike, question. Does it impact the decision around the schools, or does it impact the decision around the number of bus routes that we end up with? To the point, if we use bus routes that put 30 minutes extra on every route, we have the option of adding more buses to bring those times down, right?
You could, and then, that would also impact your financial discussion there.
Yeah.
And as well, it's still going to take you the same distance time, even if it's a shorter bus ride. You still have to make that physical drive across town. People know the traffic in this neighborhood, especially at that section. It's tough. But I'll move on. In terms of the costs, we talk about the personnel costs. We have dollar figures here. Do we know the number of staff in these cases, the $334,000 for professional is approximately how many staff? Same with support staff would be my question.
The number is derived from the positions in the buildings and those positions that would be needed as a result of a one-building closure and/or, in the case of scenario 8, a two-building closure. So the total number of positions are known, and the exact positions are known, and for the sake of those individuals in those positions and their confidentiality associated with the matter, they're not presented here this evening.
I certainly wouldn't expect names of people. I'm just asking for numbers because...
Well, if I said there was one position and there's only one person that holds that in that building, we'll all know who that person is, and that person doesn't know yet. And so that's, I certainly, in confidence, or in an executive session, I can share that it's a matter of executive session, I can share that with the board. But these figures were reviewed by myself and my administrative team in order to look at the appropriate positions that, if they were to be eliminated, this is the dollar figure associated with the least senior individual generally in the position if that position so was furloughed. I'm sorry, and it does include not only salary, but it includes benefits, PSERs, anything that would go along with that, with the cost of an employee.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to the validity of the dollar amount. Because if you looked at some of the slides that I was kind of talking about, what the different scenarios, they list what the total number of classrooms would be, which would equate to the total number of teachers that would be needed, as opposed...
I think I know what you need. The cost does not reflect a reduction in classroom teachers.
Okay.
That I can share with you.
Okay, yep. And in terms of Arrowhead versus Audubon for capital cost avoidance, it appears as though in the near term, Arrowhead needs about $3 million, almost $4 million more. Do we look to see, though, I guess, which of the projects included in those numbers are real things that need to be done? We've noticed all of them. So those are true for those to...
I think that... Oh, go ahead.
What I said was, I think you can figure on almost all of the numbers that are in the studies for Arrowhead and Audubon, and I think at the end of the day, you probably still don't have a school that's up to the standards of Eagleville or Worcester or Woodland with the modifications that happen there, just because it's old, and unless you strip it back to basically its structure, its bones, and rebuild the whole thing, which the study doesn't contemplate doing, you're still going to be dealing with issues just because of age. So I don't think you should discount it. You probably run into more problems than what that picks up.
Okay, so the first 5 years we're pretty much sure there. Do you guys want to go back to...
I can speak to that briefly, and again, we'd be happy to share the detailed figures on class size breakdowns in the future projected years. I can say that for the 2018-19 year, the level of adjustment is very minimal. There are, I believe, a few classrooms of 23 under that proposed fit. There are none at 24 or above for that, and that's, again, relative to the high projection scenario. When we look out to, say, 2026-27, the class size balance, essentially you would require the up to, I believe, 5 additional classrooms if the high enrollment scenario were to come to pass. And that would allow you to continue at 22 students per grade for those, the grades K through 2. So that's, if you were to choose to, say, install 4 additional classrooms at the Eagleville building, then you might have a few classrooms running slightly above that level. So that's, at that point, the addition of additional classroom space becomes the determining factor.
Yeah, and one of the other things too under that scenario was that when we tried it under the existing enrollment, which is higher than it's going to be of the next few, I think 3 or 4 years, it didn't work, and we tested it again next year for 17-18, even with looking at flexibility in the loading levels, and we still weren't able to get it to work. And 18-19 is the first year, based on the enrollment sloping off, that we're actually able to get it to work, but it still needs some minor adjustments in that parameter.
Okay. I would just say maybe before the meeting on the 21st, if we could see the details similar to what we had seen before, the same type of chart with the 2 school closures and what the class sizes would look like, that would be good. But thank you for the information. Just a couple other quick things here. In terms of if you close both schools, so you have 3 of the elementaries left, has anybody looked at the lunchroom capacity aspect of this? In terms of, will we have to have earlier lunches, later lunches? Is there enough room in the existing lunchrooms? Because it's a substantially higher number of kids than what most of these schools have been looking at. Has anyone looked into that aspect?
Well, in general, those considerations were discussed. You can. Let me see if I can frame it this way. Each of the 5 elementary schools at one point had a higher overall enrollment with grades K through 5 in them, and operated in a manner that allowed for the lunches to be served. And certainly, there may be adjustments to the front end or the back end of lunches and other scheduling changes. But generally speaking, with those enrollments in the past, it does allow for us to consider those same or similar type of adjustments to be made in the future with just a K-3, but with the same number of students in those buildings.
Okay, I think my one concern there would be is if we're looking back and saying, well, at one point in time that did work, but I think that's also the same point in time that they looked into building Skyview because they realized that the buildings were getting too crowded. So if you're talking one aspect of saying that it worked at one point, but it was at the same point when they were looking to build another school.
Yeah, I think it was a result of 2 pieces of information. But more importantly, it was the projection of enrollment that was. It was projected for enrollment to increase. So if we recall, the need for the building was predominantly based on a projection study where many districts across the Commonwealth at the same time, when doing predictions, were challenged with the impending opposite of what was predicted, and therefore resulted in some of what we're experiencing here this evening and have been for many months and years.
Okay. Sorry for all the questions here. Just a couple more. In terms of the closure of just one school, I believe it was mentioned in the last presentation that it was 75 of 75 classrooms would be utilized throughout the schools. So theoretically, we would still have extra capacity within those classrooms, but in terms of the number of classrooms, there would be no homeroom eligible spaces that would be open. Is that correct?
So if we're referring to the same slides there, and I believe we are, yes, we looked at a test fit essentially for the current year as a what if, for 17-18 as next year, the best and most reliable year of projections, and then the maximum year of projections, which is 2026-27. Under both of those projected years, we did, in fact, see, as you said, that you would be using 75 of 75 classrooms under that situation. Yes, there would be some additional room within classrooms. In aligning with what Mike said around 2018-19 being the first year in which there's some slack in order to implement the 2-building closure. Similarly, I believe we would see a similar the projected enrollment decline for 2018-19, 2019-20, and so forth likely would have you in the same type of conditions where you'd have either further slack within those classrooms that are being used or classroom capacity available and running under that 75 total during those years.
Yeah, and just to point out too, it's not saying you don't have any other rooms. We've already reserved the rooms to meet all of your programmatic needs in each of the buildings, as well as held out 5 classrooms for district-wide special ed, not determining where those would ultimately land, but based on the boundaries and where the students of need reside, and they would be situated accordingly. So there is space to meet everything you're trying to do educationally. However, when you look at your instructional rooms, you would be maximizing those under that scenario.
Okay. The only reason I bring that up is this past year, we would have had the opportunity to have the pre-K program through the grant from the IU, and unfortunately with the things that happened in the state, that fell through. But in terms of something like that occurring again in the future, if our rooms are maxed out, yes, we're okay with our current educational structure, but it's something like that I would imagine we'd probably have to turn down in terms of, because that would be a full classroom.
Yeah, probably not turn it down. You would take a look at, since that is not a guarantee you're going to get that year in, year out as far as programming, and make a decision on where best you could either collapse some space to be able to have some shared use that would also be able to work to be able to provide the space for that grant for the pre-K program, and make a judgment call on it and whether or not it helps what you're trying to do. Because there is some programming wiggle room in there to be able to make better use of space.
For a full-size classroom? Because it's not, we're not talking about a smaller program, it was a full-size.
It's whether or not, if you have specialists sharing a room based on scheduling of when they're there in the building, if you could free up a room, you'd have to ultimately go through the exercise and see if you could free up a room, or it may be one of the years where even though we're planning it out as 4 sections per grade, you may have a smaller grade where you have a potentially floating room.
Okay, thank you. And 2 last things. This is, I guess, an administration question. In terms of any of the scenarios where there's a closure of 1 or 2 schools, has there been the talk of the, can we grandfather existing 4th grade students and still have enough room in that 4th grade area? Have we tested that at all?
Administratively, we have not tested that or considered that as an option. That would be something that we'd have to ask Milo and McBroom to run a test against, if that is something that, if we get to a decision to close 1 or 2 buildings, that the board would also like to be part of that decision. Or we can ask them, if the board so desires, that they would test that particular matter out in advance of the 21st. So it's certainly, it's been done in other districts, but it's not always the case that something like this would occur. But it likely would have to be limited to a number, and it would likely need to be well planned, because I mean, I'll turn it over to you guys. I'm not the expert in the.
Yeah, for the scenario 8 with the 2 building closure coupled with the grade reconfiguration, considering you're moving the 4th grade up, don't really see that grandfathering would even be viable, because they're really jumping an extra year ahead on that. For the other 1 building closure options, you'd really have to set parameters on grandfathering before we would go ahead and look at grandfathering, because it gets very tricky when you talk about sibling preferences and whether or not you're going to allow sibling preferences. And then when it comes down to not allowing sibling preferences, you may have a number of students that may or may not actually opt to be grandfathered, so we'd have to get a handle on that. We could look at it under the assumption that we would just grandfather everyone just to see what the ends of the extreme are, and then you could sort of pick your best pathway in between from that.
Okay. And my last one is, I'd still like to throw it out there, and I know we've pretty much done with the scenarios, but it's been brought up, and I said it before, is the idea of if you closed one school, but still did the realignment of the grade configuration, because you do have your cost savings on an operational yearly basis. You would still have your avoidance of capital expenditures for whichever one of those one schools that you would have, but you would also allow for the flexibility moving forward, whether it's a full-day kindergarten or enrollment flip-flops and we wind up seeing it the other way, or any number of things where you have the flexibility, which I feel like we're really limiting ourselves. If we close the two and do it, I mean, this is what we have, and there's no changing of our program moving forward. We're kind of stuck in where we're at. So I'd still like to see that as a possibility on the table, that, you know, we just close one school, admit that we still have extra capacity amongst the district, but for good reason. So, thank you.
Would you be looking at that done, one school closure, and then reconfigure as part of one process?
Correct.
Or as two separate processes?
So just as if you would do it with two, but you would just do it with one school.
Just looking at the, if it works for a K-4 with one school closure, obviously it's going to work with the K-3, you'll just have excess space. So I don't think capacity is of a concern. And looking at the cost savings, it's just following in line with what the plan would be for whichever school you would opt to.
Yeah, and that was not directed at you.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it would work from your standpoint. It's more of a board administration type discussion. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your input. Mike's all organized. I might be a little disjointed with some of these questions, but to follow up on what Mike said there, I certainly share that view. From my perspective, from a directional perspective, I would lean towards one school with a reconfiguration with a 4-5, and I would recommend not doing it this year, just to get on the record. So you have some directional that you were looking for. If we look at scenario 8, two closures, K3, one thing that we talk about, the existing K2 students, 64% would be impacted. That means 100% of the third grade students would be impacted, correct? They would be moving to a different school.
They would just matriculate on into the 4-5 school.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it would be really, it would be an impact versus status quo for them.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah. I also follow up on Herb's question. I think a little bit missing in this part of it is the understanding of how Skyview and Arcola will look. I think when we talked about this last month, we talked about the sharing of space, which is good from that perspective, but there was also, it seemed like, I use a poor analogy, but it seems like we're trying to squeeze a large-sized person into a medium-sized T-shirt. And that's really restricting us for the future around educational requirements. So even knowing what that means in the middle grades here is sort of missing from an input for voting, from my perspective. I mean, all these decisions are around balance of fiscal and educational decisions. One of the things you mentioned before from a perspective of Eagleville being central, which makes sense from a perspective of needing physical space. But from a perspective of the administration, even if we did look at full-day kindergarten, I not think we were talking about centralizing kindergarten. So wouldn't we need space in all the remaining 3 or 4 elementary schools? So does a full-day kindergarten doesn't necessarily require a central location. So
I think that you would consider some of the additional space that hasn't been equally counted at Woodland. They have additional capacity, and I don't believe that the capacity was so much necessarily needed in the Worcester area, so it would be the existing additional capacity at Woodland and then the adding on to the Eagleville classrooms, or Eagleville building.
So I'll just add on to that very quickly, that the way that we had drawn the boundaries under the scenario 8 concept here was to provide some flex space at both Woodland and Worcester, and that's specifically to provide the option of having some of your district-wide programming. So right now the 5 classes classrooms that we've reserved for those district-wide needs, and to be able to have at least one of those each at Woodland and Worcester. If you were opting to implement full-day K, you could essentially take those rooms, centralize more of those services, and then implement full-day K potentially at those peripheral schools as well without needing to fully centralize that service. So that would at least be an option there.
Okay, I appreciate the input on efficiencies, but I don't know if I necessarily agree with balancing this special centralized resources around year to year from that perspective, just as a comment. Maybe, Scott, you can answer. Related to the Arrowhead, these are including of soft costs, or are these just strictly out of the...
I don't think so. I don't think the soft costs are added into the numbers for Arrowhead and Audubon for construction costs.
Okay.
I don't have my numbers with me, Paul, but they look light.
Okay. And then asked another question, Dr. Zerbe. I assume that you mentioned, I think, the domino effect related to a closure related to the administration, that it's a push all the way through, no matter where the resources go. So from a perspective, the last in is the first out perspective from a domino as a general rule. So
Can I'm thinking of the last question.
Okay.
I was trying to get that
Let's circle
information
back on
for you.
that.
I apologize.
All right.
So I will tell you that there is an annual construction inflation associated with each of the years going forward of 1.5%. It does not include the soft cost.
Okay, thank you.
Your second question.
Okay.
Mr. Winters, you're saying?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize for, I know
Yeah, I'll circle back on that.
I don't mean to make you repeat it.
It was related to the domino effect of the domino effect. If there was a closure, there would be, in theory, less administration. So the administration, if they had a teacher certificate and they had seniority, potentially could go back into the education force. Is that how the domino generically would work from a perspective on that perspective?
There are rules associated with how people are furloughed and/or demoted as a result of a building closure.
Okay.
And those rules would be followed explicitly, because if they're not, we would be liable for paying those people regardless of whether they were working. So there's some strict rules associated with that. But generally speaking, the things that I mentioned in the presentation, seniority, certification, classification, all those things will be in play as part of the determination. And that's why you notice in that part of the presentation that we not only our HR department works in that area, but our legal counsel gets involved, and we partner with the association leadership through that whole process, so that we can come to agreement based on the information and the associated determination.
Okay.
So it's been a process that Methacton has done in the past, and it's a process that we've had cooperation from the associations as part of that process, and we're prepared to address that if it comes to that.
Okay, thank you. The other, from a comment perspective, it seems we do have this mention of class size flexibility does give you a little bit of heartburn. At least gives me heartburn. How about that? From a perspective of case by case and 23 and sort of discounting it, because it just seems that we are really tying our hands very tightly with this scenario 8 from that perspective. I would comment also, just even with the scenario 5, which I guess is, which one is that? It's Arrowhead, and then scenario 3 with Audubon, that the 17-18 pending approval boundaries. So I really have trouble understanding with all the activities, no matter if we want to do it from the perspective of 6 months out. And I would actually point out that, Dr. Zerbe, you mentioned, can you just describe to me a little bit when you said, I would recommend that it would have to be a September start date for the school year? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but by definition, that tells me we're cutting it too close.
No, what that means specifically is that based on the contractual language with our Methacton Education Association, we generally have 3 in-service days at the start of a school year. And with any transition, we would like to keep those 3 days and possibly add a day to it if we could, so that as part of the staff transition, we give those affected by it, as much time possible to get prepared. Now that, just so you know, the school schedule hasn't always given 3 days. So there were instances where there were 2 days prior to the start of students, and so that's what that means. But to answer your question in a more holistic perspective, time is important. And while we were, we have a timeline, that timeline's been adjusted on numerous occasions. Again, the more that gets adjusted and pushed toward the start of a school year, certainly the more challenging it gets in order to, make that happen. There's 2 things that I think the board would need to consider. First of all, there's a legal parameters associated with the closure of a school, and those things are certainly well within our reach. But more importantly, and most importantly, is our ability to provide a transition that is well thought out and is well executed and provides the best for not only our students, our parents, but our staff as well. So it should be no surprise that while technically things can be done as listed in this presentation, the one caveat is whether or not the boundaries can be determined so that we can thoroughly address the transportation needs and any of the staffing needs associated with the placement of students, and again, and also the type of students that would be placed in the buildings. What I mean by that is those that need additional services related to the Pupil Services Department.
So I'll just finish up with just a follow-up to that. But it says, we talk about this pending approval, which when we said we're talking about voting in late in February, it is not related to boundaries at that point. So we're talking about a March type of vote on boundaries. So we're within 4 or 5 months of the start of the school year, which seems very tight from my perspective. Just a comment. The last one, and it probably actually, Dr. Zerbe can mention this, or if Troy is in the audience. We had put in the art, the music, the gym, the computer labs. Is that a sustainable requirement for our schools? Does that create some capacity? Is there an investment in the elementary schools related to Chromebooks or whatever the next proper use of technology in the elementary schools is? Does that free up some of the capacity for what my concern about the medium-sized T-shirt on my body?
So what you're referring to, and I'm not certainly putting words in your mouth, but I think what you're suggesting is that if we removed or moved the computers that are currently in the labs, where the room is predominantly utilized as a lab to deliver a technical or a computer or other supplementary instruction with the use of technology. You're asking me whether or not that has been discussed and whether or not an alternative to that use of that space could be determined. And the answer is yes. I mean, we've had much discussion on that. Even in some schools, aside from rooms where we have to do online testing, most of the computer labs have been, removed. So that discussion has been had, and if we were to determine that it would be to an educational advantage and an advantage to our staff and students to reallocate that space for either a homeroom-related matter and to repurpose the existing technology in a different way, technology on carts, or it could be, some other integration into maybe the library/media center. There certainly are ways to do that, and we've thought of those things, and there's generally a trend nationwide with getting away from the use of labs. So I hope that
It does.
gives you some of that information you might be looking for.
Yeah. Thank you.
So generally, that would free up additional rooms.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming out again tonight. I'm going to do my best to go through this in some semblance of order. To start, scenario 8 does not seem viable to me. Just to cut right to the chase, I think that it is, as others have said, it's too restrictive. It creates, it's too much of an extreme measure. There's just not enough wiggle room or margin of error in there for me to be comfortable with scenario 8. One of the concerns that I have for all of these scenarios is when we're looking at the potential financial impact for these closures. I feel that we need to flesh that out a little bit more. When we're looking at these potential costs, I know Mr. Ryan asked about the personnel costs and how many of each position we're talking about, and we can't get into that just yet. We can talk about capital costs avoidance to a certain extent, but we're still not getting the soft costs built into that. So I feel like that these numbers aren't truly accurate in that sense. The other thing that we're not looking into is what potential costs additions there are in closing a school and in redistricting. So I think that we need to figure out exactly what the net would be in each of these scenarios. These scenarios do portray a look that shows great financial savings, but what are we spending to get those savings? And I mean, obviously, there's the factoring of the educational impact of those savings. I'd also like to echo my concern about the transportation. Before I could vote to close a school, we have to know a little bit more about what transportation is going to look like. I don't think that it would take much research to figure out travel time from Gertrude Drive to, I don't even know, I guess to Woodland. And, to figure out how long it's going to take some of these kids that are currently in Eagleville to get to Worcester. I mean, even if we just take a look at what is the drive time in a car, that's going to be our best case scenario for getting these kids there at that time of day. But we have to have some sort of information on that before we can move forward, because if we all come to a unanimous decision to close one school, and it turns out that in doing so, we're forcing kindergartners to be on a bus for an hour and a half, well, then we're back where we started.
Ms. Larson, you see, I want to answer a question that multiple board members had. So it's related to the facilities assessment. While the soft costs are not added into the figures that I shared, you can add 15 to 20%. That's what's stated in the facilities assessment by AEM Architects as part of their presentation to the board. So it's stated on the introductory page. It says 15 to 20%. I'll read it here. For budgeting purposes, the district should anticipate an additional 15 to 20% for soft cost. So I just want to make sure that, everyone's on record on saying that while it's not in the presentation, that is the information associated with that.
Thank you. So for one of the scenarios, scenario 5, which would be to close Arrowhead, that's the scenario that gives us the least aesthetically pleasing school boundaries. So I had a question as to that, for lack of a better term, boot-shaped area of Audubon. What factors go into carving out the boundaries that way? Is it in terms of keeping socioeconomic balance in the schools? What's the driver there?
So I assume you're referring to this sort of tail end there. So in both of our one school closure options, we're bringing this neighborhood up into Woodland. The reason why this section of the Audubon district remains while these other sections are now being transported to Woodland is, as we were referring to earlier, there's the primary move of students out of a school being closed, and then the secondary movement of students to make room for those students. So as you can see, when Arrowhead's closed, the bulk of the students are moving to Eagleville, but there's not adequate room at Eagleville for all of those students to arrive there. Therefore, about 90 students are moved into the Audubon area. This is the most proximate next school for them to attend, and that's why we have this sort of oblong, like elongated kind of district here, and then the boot shape, as you put it, of students coming up to Woodland. It is unfortunate that they're not able to attend the most proximate school, but again, given just sort of that we're looking at closures of buildings that are on the periphery of the district, students then have to be moved into the next best fit, essentially.
Yeah, and plus with Audubon and Woodland, the proximate location between the two of them really made it much more difficult to strike that balance. And we have no control over where the physical buildings are. We're just trying to be able to best work the boundaries around them.
So another question that I had, when we're looking at the timeline that has those green and gray bars on it, who developed this timeline? Does that come from Mylona McBroom, or was that developed in-house?
The administrators developed it in-house. We provided some guidance on what are the key moving components as part of a redistricting or a reconfiguration, just to make sure everything was thought of and reflected back on some of our other work to ensure that there was adequate time from our experience on how long these tasks typically take.
Have you experienced other districts following this sort of a timeline with the other things that we have on our plate right now?
Districts always have a lot of other things on their plate. There's always a lot of initiatives being moved along. To look at a school consolidation in January and February and then implemented that following year, we have done many of those.
So then, Dr. Zerbe, I guess this question would be for you. I have concerns about the transportation segment when we're talking about transportation engagement and planning and stops and routes being tested and finalized. To me, those look like those are the scenarios that we follow in a typical school year. And I'm wondering if that timeline is going to be sufficient with redistricting.
The timeline associated with transportation is taken from the proposed timeline associated with some of the routing work that is planned to be done by Bus Boss. And while certainly if we were to want to move for a building closure, we would have to revisit that scenario and make sure that these timelines, are consistent with a new challenge.
Okay, my other question regarding the timeline is, where in this timeline is IEP review being done? So where would we be taking into considerations individual students and their IEPs and whether or not we will be able to adequately meet their IEPs with their new school assignment.
That's all part of the program logistics. So inside that timeframe, and definitely being consistent with the staffing determinations and actually student scheduling, we will be looking at where the district-wide placement, district-wide classes will be placed, and then from there we'll be working through the IEP processes as appropriate for doing such a transition if a placement change is to occur. So there are specific rules associated with a school closure and the impact associated with children of special needs. So Dr. Angstead and her supervisors, as listed in the 7 items in the phase 1 part of the transition, will be working with the families that are impacted to make that transition starting as early as March. Again, once the boundaries are finalized.
Okay, and one of the questions that I had asked at the last meeting that I still am not seeing an answer to here is, of the 2 schools that we are considering closing, Audubon and Arrowhead, are either of those capable of being refurbished or rehabbed while occupied, given the scope of the work that needs to be done in those buildings?
Is that question with a building closure? So for example, are you saying with, say for example, if Audubon were to be closed, could Arrowhead be renovated with students in it? Is that what you're asking?
I think we have to look at it in all circumstances. So, I mean, if we're keeping all 5 schools open, are we going to be able to rehab those 2 facilities while students are in them? If we close Audubon, can Arrowhead be brought up to speed while students are in there? And obviously there's more students in there than if we aren't closing a school. So I think we have to look at all of the different possibilities, but obviously unless we're planning on, some sort of extreme makeover over the summer, I don't see how it's possible to get all of this work done while students are not in the building.
So I think it's important that I clarify a couple terms that you use so that we're both on the same page and that the public is apprised. It goes back to, I think, what Mr. Dorn had briefly mentioned in one of his responses here this evening. I don't know if I would use the word rehab or I would use the word anything other than maintain as such with the buildings that we're talking about. So Arrowhead, the costs associated with Arrowhead and the costs associated with Audubon are designed to maintain the existing structure and plant for as it exists today going forward. So those renovations are likely and were intended to be addressed over summers. And if you recall, the facilities assessment speaks about a 10-year plan. So that's why I provided the projections and the costs out 10 years. So certainly the plan would be to have no disruption to the educational environment when addressing these matters. I can't tell you with certainty that would or would not occur. As you recall, property committee is in the process of seeking qualified professional firms to assist us with trying to lay out a game plan that, if that's a priority for us to not have construction occurring during the school year or around students, then we need to make that firm aware of that, and that may allow us to plan, but plan instead of 10 years, each of the next 10 years, it might be each of the next 12 years in order to get maybe the work done. But that's yet to be seen. I'm not going to guarantee you that we may not have to do work during the school year, but it's with the intent of not doing work.
No, I understand.
Regardless of a closure or no closure.
I understand.
We would try to do that without it.
I understand that it is possible and likely that we'll have to do work while the students are there, but having personally experienced the woodland work,
I know it's
it can
possible,
be
but
done
it's
and
not
it
our
can be
plan.
done well. So I guess I would want to know which school is better suited for having construction done while students are in it. That would be information that I would want to have before we make a decision, so that we aren't, say we do vote to close a school, we're not then left with a school that the logistics of completing construction projects at that facility make it such a headache that that we end up thinking that maybe it was the wrong decision. I guess that's what I'm trying to get to here. The other question I have, I guess, related to education and programming is whether or not this will impact any Title I programs with... Okay. But with reallocating students and moving students around, what will this mean for Title I programs and Title I resources? I think right now 2 of our elementary schools have Title I.
One is a Title I, and one was grandfathered Title I due to its previous history. So it's quite possible that with the reallocation of students and the priorities that we set forth as a board for balancing students and keeping the neighborhoods together, et cetera, it's possible that a shift could occur in which buildings would be Title I and which ones wouldn't be Title I. So that could occur, and that would just mean that we would reallocate those resources to the students and to the schools as are so identified.
Okay, and then just a couple more observations. I agree with Mr. Winters that this timeline seems a little tight, and one of the things that I'm seeing here is if we do end up closing a school, it's obviously not a scenario that I think many of us want to see. But in a consolidated timeline, we're not allowing ourselves an opportunity to find enhancements. There could be educational gain to be had in closing a school, in the resources that are freed up. And I think if we rush to a final product, we could be missing out on an opportunity to actually add things to our district. So I would caution that maybe taking in the extra time to go through this process, we may find an opportunity to make some lemonade here out of these lemons that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. And then finally, I would also say that I know other districts in our area have gone through similar processes, and I would encourage the administration to reach out to some of these other districts. I know Phoenixville, Owen J. Roberts, Westchester, Solderton have all gone through redistricting, closing schools, a quick phone call to superintendents to say what went well and what didn't could end up saving us a lot of headaches further down the line. I think it would be some time well spent.
Okay, I'll go next. In terms of the renovations on the buildings and the impact on the kids, the most kids will be impacted if we keep all the buildings open, right? So we'll have kids in both buildings while renovations. If we close one, there'll be fewer kids, and if we close both, there'll be no impact, right, in terms of the level of impact to the kids from the renovations. To reiterate what Dr. Zerbe said, just to make sure I'm clear, all the renovations that have been outlined for both the buildings are intended to be done, the major renovations, during summertime, correct?
Yes.
So other than small projects on weekends, the major renovations would not have impact on kids.
Again, that's my understanding, but I also clarified the fact that, we are going to be working with a professional services firm, and they may see that, putting certain projects and lining them up in a certain manner may have economical and or other benefits to the district, which I can't foresee at this moment in time. So I just want to say that the board always has the option to, keep projects from hitting during the school time at least as the intended part of our schedule and our planning for it. There's certainly no guarantees when doing a construction project that, a timeline specifically will stay, a construction project will stay on time all the time.
Since it was brought up by a couple of people, the transportation and the drive time, is there any reasonable way to estimate that without assuming you're closing a school and doing a full routing to actually see the number of buses you end up with, the number of routes that you end up with? I don't want to set an expectation that we can get to some reasonable estimate of that if the only way to do it is to do a full-blown routing.
In all of our experiences, you're required to do a full, basically routing analysis on the new boundaries. We'll provide the boundary lines and as well as the students, and then they'll go through and generate new routes from it and new costs. It's a pretty extensive and labor-intensive exercise to be able to generate that.
And that's influenced by the number of buses and everything, right?
Yep, buses, bell times, and how everything is going to operate. It's not just simply adding 50 students or adding 100 students to a given school and saying we're going to add 2 more buses. It's really looking at where those stops are along the way. And one of the big differences is when we say drive time and plug it into Google, and Google gives us a drive time, the bus time is much different depending on, the density of students and how many kids would be getting picked up in that area and how that route would actually be developed.
So I'm trying to think of a way, is there a way to understand the drive time to the grade schools without doing a full routing? Is the question.
Well, I think the one thing we could do is we could establish some maximum parameters of what we would consider acceptable. And basically, if we end up with a scenario that the drive time for a student or the bus ride time for a student exceeds that, then we just have to keep rerouting that section until we reach a number that we as a board agree that is acceptable.
I guess when I was hearing what a couple of you were saying, it was almost like it was part of the decision process to vote for one of the scenarios. And so I was trying to talk through, is it even feasible to get that type of information to influence us? But if it's really part of a routing exercise based on a decision that we make, then to your point of what you just said, Kim, it's a routing exercise, and it means redefining routes and adding buses when necessary, or subtracting buses from other areas. Okay. Being a statistician, I have a couple math questions. So, when you talk about Eagleville being a little over 103% capacity or utilization, that's based on the 90% target, right?
That's correct.
So if I do the math on that, the 103.8% translates into 18 more children or 93.4% building capacity, right?
Just taking a look at the numbers that we've got there, 18 kids, that's correct.
Okay. Thanks. Now, in the past, when we talked about just the redistricting, if I remember correctly from your previous presentation, that would end up at roughly 75% of the utilization. So if we just redistricted all 5 schools next year and closed no schools, wasn't that number 75%?
I'll pull that up for you. Okay, we don't have that. Ballpark, yes.
It was across the board about 75%, yeah.
So 75% of the targeted utilization would mean we're down to 60-some% of the building capacities, right?
Yes, but the way you're handling that 10%, one of our goals through the exercises we went through on the 10th was to look at class size relative to how students come packaged in neighborhoods, and even by redrawing boundaries to the best that we can. So basically taking out the human element the best that we could.
Yeah.
We were never able to attain that 100% because not every class loads exactly to the 20 or the 22, so it's something that you can never really attain.
Yeah.
So counting it...
when you're pushing up towards the capacity, you don't want to go above the 90% and keep that 10% buffer. But when we're down from that and we're at about 75% utilization, that translates into about 60-some% of the building capacity that we'd be using, right?
If you were trying to use 100% of the space, yeah.
Okay. All right. In terms of your previous experience, have we covered off, at least from a discussion perspective, on all the areas of concern from your perspective of potentially closing a building? Or are there any other areas you think we should be thinking about?
As far as the transition and implementation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot happens in those individual boxes that we showed up on the timeline chart. There's a lot of separate activities, and that's where a lot of the personal connections occur on best how you want to go about the transition. We've seen in the past where districts would invite students and families to open houses at the new school, have different transition programs where they can implement the buddy system to go over as well, have some of the visiting teachers or leadership group go to the individual schools themselves that are being consolidated, so to talk to the students while they're in an environment where it's comforting. There's various activities and different ways to be able to do that are embedded in that timeline. It's very consistent with what we see as being necessary. I think Dr. Zerbe did a good job of articulating exactly all of the many, many moving parts, and I think part of it is as you lay this plan and everybody wants answers to every one of those individual parts, but we've done many of these. There's no way to be able to get answers until you actually get into the details, are wed to that, and then you begin developing the program plan and everything that goes along with it, sort of easing parents' concern, easing teachers' concerns, dealing with contracts, bus routing, physical movement of supplies. There's a lot.
Okay, thanks. I imagine Brenda's going to say this, but because it's one of her favorite lines, but part of the timeline, while we might think it might be aggressive to close the school for next year, if we are going to consider closing a school next year, one of the things that's not really captured on here is, currently I think we're doing a disservice to the kids at Audubon because we got that building jam-packed full. And, if we put it off a year, they're going to be in that situation again for another year. So I didn't see that on here, but, I think that's an important decision point in the process if we're going to vote for closing a school as to why it would make sense from children's perspective in some regards to try to do that next year. Right, Brenda? All right. I think that's all my comments. Thanks.
Okay, I'll try not to be too repetitive. I think first off, I'd like to thank Mike and Tim. I think you guys have done a great job with this. Dr. Zerbe and his admin team, and then really John Andrews and Andrew and Chris have spent a ton of time on the data. And, I think one of our objectives was to make sure the data was right, because we need to be making data-driven discussion decisions across the board. So I think it's solid work. I think everybody can probably, be fairly comfortable with the numbers, which seemed to be an issue the last time around that we went through this with the previous board. These decisions are not going to be easy. They never are easy when you want to close schools and redistrict or reboundary. But this school district has some problems. It's got some financial issues that it has to deal with. It's got some aging facilities issues that it has to deal with. And I'm not so sure we really took a holistic enough approach on the capacity issues, because the high school still has excess capacity. I think this stops short on that, but certainly what the data tells me is this is a doable plan. I think scenario 8 is doable. I think all the board members have raised questions that the admin needs to, the administrative staff and Dr. Zerbe need to address as we go forward. Capacity will be an issue that we have to consider along the way. The one good thing that we know is we have schools that can take additional capacity, and they are our newer schools. Those schools being Worcester, Eagleville, and Woodland. I'm not sure exactly the total number of rooms, but my guess is we could add 8 to 10 in total. My guess is it would cost about $500,000 to $750,000 a room, thereabouts. So, we're looking at, 5 to $7.5 million. If you want to stretch it and round it up, you could say 7.5 to 10. But the district still would show a substantial savings from a financial perspective, because I do think that our capital costs for Audubon and Arrowhead probably are 28 to 30 million by the time we add soft costs, maybe some of the additional carrying costs from financing those monies over time. And then, if you look at about $16 million savings over 10 years based on Dr. Zerbe's number, and that does not take into consideration the gain we would get from the disposition of land. And I'm not sure, Eric, if you can give us an idea or a range on, per parcel. Is it 100,000? Is it 150,000? Do we have an idea that we could kind of ballpark the, 35 or 40? I don't have the number written down here. I'd have to go back.
Be a little difference on, again, the way a developer looks at it is what he can develop, he or she could develop out of it. But just a ballpark and a couple parcels that I've seen going up for sale recently around here. They're vacant parcels, so you wouldn't have a tear down involved or demolition process as part of it, but they're about 150,000 to 200 per acre.
Okay.
So to multiply that by the what was it, 14 and 12 acres.
26 acres.
Yeah. So yep.
So we can do some quick math and gain another 2, 3, 4 million.
Yeah,
I don't know.
easily probably 4 to 5 million.
4.5 million to 5, I guess it is overall. So, that's all additive, and that could fund expansion in our newer elementary schools so that we're not throwing good money after bad in these older schools. So I think that's something the board needs to consider. I guess, Dr. Zerbe, for you, the big question from my perspective is, can the school district deliver a greater than or equal to educational experience for our students in scenario 8?
Scenario 8, when reviewed administratively from an educational perspective, was viewed in a way that would generally create such a change that it will allow us to have the potential to impact programming. And so
Positive or negative?
Positively. Yeah, so I apologize. But in layman's terms, I would say that even just managing and the operation of 3 buildings with 4 grades, meaning K through 3, it can be a lot more focused and can be a lot more streamlined than trying to manage 5 buildings with 5 grades, so meaning K through 4. So from a a logical perspective, that was considered, and that's, helpful. Maybe helpful in your decision process. But in addition to creating that structure and a focus on the primary grades, which then would be more closely aligned to the state standards and curriculum resources, it could provide some additional advantage with that K-3 structure. But on the flip side of it, it's also, it will be a different challenge with us in, putting a grade 6 back in Arcola. So there's while it's not a bad experience, it's just a different challenge. And so that's why some of that information, bless you, certainly gives us new opportunities, but certainly some new challenges as well.
Good, thank you. I mean, that, I get the sense that going through the change process, as you said, will enable your administration, your teachers to look to enhance the educational opportunities and the alignment, which I think is a positive for the district. Obviously, the angst over change is going to be tough for anybody, but at the end of the day, it feels to me like we need to address the elephant in the room, which is we've got a lot of capacity and we have a lot of cost that we've got to get after as a board. So I do think that we've got to really take that into consideration, and I appreciate your feedback. Obviously, there's a lot of unanswered questions, as many of the board members have pointed out, that needs to happen overall. From a timing perspective, I think if we're addressing capacity, I just think taking a little more time and looking to implement something like this in 18-19 makes a ton of sense overall. If we're going to do it right, it allows the administration, the teachers, the parents to all get involved in this process and deal with things like transportation, deal with things that need to be dealt with operationally to do this effectively and correctly overall. So making sure we have time to, turn over every stone and do this correctly, I think is absolutely important. I think the other thing that's really important for our board to do is to continue to probe and challenge the administration. But I think the board, and this is strictly my opinion, but I think the board needs to be very, very careful about trying to answer every question that needs to be answered before we implement something or before it actually goes into practice, and let the administration do their job, which is to really figure these things out and figure out where we might have bottlenecks with transportation or with other administrative types of things, people movement, student movement, etc. We got to make sure we don't box ourselves into a corner to try to micromanage the process, but we need to make sure we're setting the right parameters overall for this to happen effectively so that we can implement this. Let me just think if I had anything else here. I think the last thing I have, and Herb, you touched on this, and I think Kim also touched on this, is there is going to be some cost to do work at Skyview, because you're going to have to do some playground space, I would imagine. There's probably work that has to be done at Arcola, maybe to put the 6th grade back in. I'm not sure. And obviously, with the capacity issues, if we think we're going to run into capacity issues, I think it's on the outer years based on the numbers. We can certainly have plans and specs that are developed that allows us to understand timing to build as well as capacity at our locations that remain from an elementary school perspective. And that's all I have.
Scott, one point of clarification, at least I wasn't sure. When you talk about doing this in 17 and 18, were you talking about just scenario 8 or any of the scenarios?
I'm talking about scenario 8 because I just think that we need to address the elephant. As I said, I think we're still cutting it short by not addressing the high school capacity issues, but that's another day, and there's some other things that we potentially could do with that. But yeah, that's for the scenario 8 implementation.
Thank you.
Not much, but listening to Scott for being prepared and administration to be able to pull this off. We could massage this for years if we wanted to try to get everything perfect. And being that it's not a perfect world, something always comes up. I think it's more important that if there's a glitch that we see coming up, that there's a drop dead date, that the administration comes and says, look, we can't do it this year, or we can't do it next year, and that they're able to come to us and say, we can't pull it off because of X, Y, and Z, but to keep massaging it for months, here we are a couple years later, and if the administration doesn't know how to do it by now, or how to plan for it, it's never going to happen. But I think more importantly is in that timetable that Dave has a date that, a countdown date where he could sit there and tell us, hey, we can't fulfill this year, or yes, we can, and we have contingency plans, and it'll happen, and it'll be next to seamlessly done. As far as 1 or 2 schools, I think the numbers sort of speak to themselves financially, and it's not going to get any cheaper, and the costs associated with keeping one building or both buildings open are just going to keep mounting to the point where we don't have a decision, and it's a matter of how many times we want to go through the process. So, that's about where I'm at.
All right, thanks, Jim.
I had a question about full-day kindergarten. It seems in all 3 scenarios, there seems to be contradictory information. In the summary section, it says one thing, and under consideration, it says something like reduced capacity precludes full-day K implementation. And yet, in the educational opportunities section, it typically says potential to implement full-day kindergarten programming. So it's an important subject, as far as I'm concerned, for the district to make sure that it doesn't preclude doing that at some point in the future. And if closing a school and not being able to do anything about that would be the case, I would have a terrible problem with that. Can you tell me whether we can do full-day K, closing 1 or 2 schools?
Well, when we tested out, if you remember at our meeting on the 10th, under the 1 school closures, we weren't able to have enough space to be able to deploy full-day K while still adhering to all of the class size guidelines. So, no, I think when you look at the educational consideration that Dr. Zerbe administrators put together, they're speaking to it from a resource standpoint of being able to afford the cost of adding full-day K. From my recollection, where we left off on the 10th was that it was going to be a substantial additional cost, and that full-day K was kind of generally off the table at that time, just based on the willingness or unwillingness to fund that additional program. So we kind of left it in there when we spoke to it from a physical capacity standpoint, as well as, well, if cost is, the operational cost was one of the drivers as part of the consolidation, that money could then be put back into maybe full-day K or some other area of need.
But that would require adding additional space to some of the schools if we did that.
Yes.
Okay. I like the scenario 8. I thought it gave us a lot of time to prepare, assuming that this works. One of my problems with it is a question on maintenance needs, those significant maintenance needs that we have that say 1 to 5 years. Well, we've already gone 1 year since we got those recommendations, and now this would be another year. Will we need to deal with any of these significant maintenance needs over the next year if we wait a year?
Both of the, in the facilities assessment, there were recommendations by AEM that placed recommended timeframes associated with some of the projects. But it would be and while some of those said within a year, within 2 years, certainly those are subject to review by a professional services firm for further recommendation about how we might want to implement those if there's an immediate health, welfare, and safety matter to address versus changing motors or doing a roof or something that is of a longer purpose. So that certainly has to be reviewed in greater detail with that firm once they're approved by the board. But most certainly, for this evening's discussion, I can't tell you if we were to choose to close 2 schools and what renovations need to get done in the meantime. But that's certainly something we will know once we make that decision.
I like the scenario 8, particularly because the burden wasn't being placed totally on the elementary schools from the standpoint of the excess capacity, but that we were actually using some of the capacity at the next level up. And as Mr. Doran pointed out, we are not addressing the high school at this point. But so I felt that with the additional time frame and with the total view long-term of those facilities, and I think in 1819, isn't that bubble class out of Arcola into the high school that year? So that it would be a lesser population at those 2 buildings. There probably needs to be some additional work, perhaps cafeteria, gym, something like that, but that would be a minor issue, it would seem to me. So I was impressed with scenario 8, as long as we know that we could use some of the money to do full-day kindergarten.
I'm a little under the weather, so if I leave during public comment, please don't take it personally. I promise to watch everything because I do value everybody's input. Also, I just wanted to make something clear because I was somewhere this weekend and someone told me that they had pulled up the boundaries and were like telling their kid where they were going. And I'm glad everybody brought up tonight that it's conceptual boundaries. So no matter the feeling you get when you leave here today, don't go making that boundary bigger and making assumptions, because I know I spoke with Dr. Engstad, those are conceptual because we do have to look at pupil services and things like that. So I told the one person I spoke to this weekend, because she told me she did that, and I figured it was more, she was not alone in that activity. At the last meeting, I stated I didn't like any of the scenarios, including just redistricting, because I feel education is the #1 priority. I'm sure most do, but I really do as the educator on the board, and I sat here and said, best students, best staff, best school, which is on that wall right there. One of the reasons I didn't like just redistricting is because that doesn't allow us to add to our programs. It might not allow us to pay our staff a fair wage. So I really had to dig deep and look at all of these scenarios realistically. My biggest concerns are class size. People joke about that. It's no joke. And I don't care if you grew up with 30 kids in your class or 26 in your class. Education and children are not the same. I care, like many of my board members, and as Ms. Hackett reiterated, about full-day kindergarten. I am not prepared to say it's off the table. And full-day kindergarten is not a babysitting service. Full-day kindergarten has come into play in our world for the things I just mentioned. Education is not the same. Children are not the same. Everything you learned, the saying, everything you need to know you learned in kindergarten, that's not possible in 2.5 hours in the year 2017. The other thing that I'm very concerned about is no matter what, these schools need to be fixed. So, and just saying, timing's concerned to me because when we say fixed, they're not horrible. I grew up in a very affluent suburb till I moved to Philly. So I graduated from a Philadelphia public school. So I don't think any of our buildings are in that big of disarray. But what I mean by that is I'm not comfortable putting children into older modulars. Nothing's wrong with modulars, but do they need to be upgraded? So that comes with the timing play. I do reiterate some other board members that 2018-19 might be the best thing, but I do agree a decision has to be made. That doesn't mean a decision isn't made. I have lived through a similar process as an educator. The children are so resilient. I think the parents will have a harder time with this than the children. Like when you're all, and some people crying when their kids goes off to kindergarten, normally that child, no, not all, I realize not all, they're not looking back. They're laughing at our tears. So I know that it will be done well by this staff. I have no fear. And I saw some social media comments. Every single person sitting here at this table has children or grandchildren in this district. So none of us, and I say none of us, would ever make a decision that was detrimental to children. Finally, when I said I didn't like any of the scenarios, Paul and Mike and a few others brought up closing one and that possible reconfiguration to K-3, 4 to 5 at Skyview 6, 7, 8. That's not an official scenario. But as an educator, I go, wow, 4 or 5. The developmental appropriateness of that could be that lemonade Kim talks about. Beautiful primary school of K-3 with the possibility of full day and that smaller class size. 4 or 5 living in their intermediate world. I can't say I could totally go for a Colette 6, 7, 8 without seeing a little bit more information about some things, and I know we need to reconfigure recess. That K-3 also puts my concern down for cafeteria and things like that. It puts my concern down from transportation. My experience is most of those kids like that bus. They don't really care how long they're on it for the most part. In fact, when I offer my daughter to drive her to school so she could sleep in, no, I want to take the bus. But anyway, My one question I have about 6, 7, 8 too, and it's, I know all the admin team has already thought about this, but for Radnor, for example, they have a 6, 7, 8 building, and I know some of their teachers were K-6 certified, and they wanted a lot of their staff to have bridge certs. What that is I have one. I'm a K-6 certified teacher with a 7, 8, 9 English. So I would be an ideal candidate to teach at a 6, 7, 8 school. I know that's not always possible, but these are all these things that I trust admin is already looking into. So I know you're looking for direction. I lean towards, I can't even say I can 100% say it, but I think that Lemonade might be in the reconfiguration. This is not so unusual. Colonial has a 4-5 building. I work in a district where we have a 5-6 building, a 7th grade building, an 8th grade building, a 9th grade building, and a 10 to 12th grade building. They also have kiboshed any thought of full-day kindergarten, and it's why I would not send my children there.
Any other comment? Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up one thing. We had talked about the idea of, the burden on Audubon, because there's so many students in there, and the idea that we need to redistrict so that that's not the case anymore. I just want to point out that in the closure of one school, okay, if you close Audubon, you do kind of create another Audubon at Eagleville. If you look at the capacity report, they have the same number of classrooms, the same utilization rate, and I believe that the final number, if you close Audubon, is 434 kids. I think I had it in front of me before, is the current enrollment in Audubon now, I think, is 440 kids. So you've basically just done the same thing to another school. So if that's a concern of any of the board members, you're not really alleviating that. So.
Any other comments?
Could I just comment on that? Audubon, it's a harder building, though, than Eagleville is. I mean, you're up and down hills and a variety of things, and you have those portable classrooms as well.
Any other comments? Before we turn it over to the public, a couple comments for me. 2 years ago when the process was started, and I was sitting on that side, there were a couple of different things that I wished I was getting that, I and I think the rest of the board worked very hard to this time around. It seemed, whether it's valid or not, I don't know, but it seemed like a lot of information was not shared with the public. I can assure you, everything that I've seen related to the subject, you have seen. Everything that we've talked about as a group, other than contractual things and things that go into executive session, have been talked about in these meetings. So when all of us new board members came on, we really wanted to make sure that the public had everything that we have. So even these presentations tonight, every other presentation, other piece of information you folks have had. When we had the meetings last time, and we went to the public comment section, I was the first person to get up and speak and ended up the school board president. So, when we open it up to public comment, just keep that in mind too, whoever wants to be first. But what I said at the last time around is based on the way this study was presented and the information around that the school board couldn't make any decision. And that's based on my professional experience. I don't know if everybody knows, but I've been a statistician focusing primarily on projections for the last 25 years. And I just said that any decision you make off of that data was not a good decision because there was not enough information, not enough due diligence done in those numbers to support a decision. I'm very confident in what M&M has presented to us from a professional perspective. If I tore this study apart, and I did, could I change the numbers a little bit based on my own assumptions? Yeah. But when I look at the numbers, there's not really any way to shift this by more than 5 or 10% based on assumptions, and those would be debatable. You know, I could assume something that's slightly different than them. Even if you put 5 to 10% confidence interval around their long-term projections, you wouldn't change the course of the decisions. So any decisions that we make off of these numbers, I feel confident that we have enough information in front of us to make the decisions. Okay, thank you. If we have no more comments from the board, then I'll open it up to courtesy of the floor. Jim, you want to be first? Okay. And since we're going to have multiple speakers tonight, I am going to try to adhere to the 3-minute time, just as an FYI.
Okay, ready? Jim Malik. One thing you guys forgot, I didn't hear anything about the stakeholder. Heard a lot about students, teachers, everything else, but nothing about the stakeholder. I think you guys need to remember who's paying for all this. So you might want to take into consideration who's paying for everything. Who makes up 75% of the district? That's a stakeholder. So you might want to mention us in your little discussions up front.
Jim, can I comment to that?
Sure.
We are all stakeholders to the education of our youth. And it requires both a balance. Wait.
I got 3 minutes, man.
Sorry.
I got 3 minutes. So, I'm a stakeholder, but 75% of people don't have kids in the district and pay for all this, okay? So remember who pays for all this when you're up here pontificating. I'd like to know why you guys use the high estimates for your scenario. Can you tell me for number 8?
Are you talking about the enrollment projections?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So generally speaking, that the high scenario was used as part of the test against whether things will fit. However, Mylone and McBroom said that their medium scenarios likely be the one that materializes. So when we did test against scenarios, the high was used, so if it fit with the high, it would fit with the medium and low if they were to materialize.
Right, but for number 8, the high scenario was used for your enrollment projections, for your analysis, for your projections.
Yeah,
just
to further clarify, the deviate where they begin to sort of spread out a little bit further is that last 5 to 10 years. So we only use the high for projections that we're testing the max year for a test fit versus your maximum need when you make your facility decision.
Because what's going to happen is you're going to overestimate your enrollment, right?
The difference between the medium and the high were 127 students for the elementary when we were speaking to the elementary. And we only use the high for years 26 and 27, so the last year of the projection.
Okay, because what's going to happen is you're going to overestimate your enrollment, and maybe you won't need to add that extra space.
Well, we've seen reports that are stating the strengthening of the housing market, and a lot of that has come out recently since we've done our projection report, and that's why we did the high projection. If you're making a major facility decision and you have that number, why not test it against the more aggressive number so you're not caught short on space when you're in the planning phase of a major program like this?
Right, so you're
there's a logic to it versus just using the medium projection.
Right, you're overestimating, and the key figure that you're looking at is birth rate, not the housing market.
We're not overestimating, it's a projection, and what we're doing is we're tying that to the space needs of the future.
Right, you're padding your numbers. Right. I'd like to commend Ms. Shackelford and Mr. Dorn. I mean, right. Hackett, pardon me. I get you guys confused. You guys are spot on when it comes to the capacity issue, because nobody realizes that that's the situation. We have an extensive overcapacity at the high school, Arcola, and the 5-6 building. And that is what really needs to be addressed, because that's the issue. We have extensive overcapacity. It's not really an enrollment issue. It's an overcapacity issue. And you guys hit the nail on the head. When I first started listening to the board members, I thought I was looking at Skyview all over again. I thought we were going to make the same mistake all over again. But there is some hope, because you recognize what the real situation is, which is overcapacity at the high school, Arcola, and Skyview. And scenario 8 will utilize that overcapacity. So I think that's a key point that you guys picked up on that I think I really appreciate. So that's a good point. Another thing that concerns me...
Can you finish up, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
One more thing that concerns me is, my understanding is that there's several board members who are concerned about their campaign pledge to not close a school, and who may be ignoring the facts to not close a school, just to stick with their campaign pledge. I'd like to remind any of those board members who think they're going to do that once you're elected to the board, you have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayer to do the right thing and to go and pay attention to the facts and do what's best for the taxpayer, the stakeholder, and the kids. And I would urge the board not to be caught in that trap. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, anyone who would like to speak, if we could create a line down that last aisle there, that way we know. Thank you.
And please state your name and your township.
Lou Christou, Lower Providence. First, I would just like to see a show of hands as to who was at the meeting here 2 years ago. Okay, so most of us. One thing that really stood out to me this evening is that it was a packed house 2 years ago. I couldn't even sit down, and I'm seeing an empty room. And I don't know why that is. My wife heard about this through Facebook. I don't know if this information is made public to everyone, but I was sort of shocked that there are so few of us here. So I don't know if anyone else feels the same way.
You need to address the board, not the public.
Okay.
That's the protocol here. Thanks.
Sure. So that is one of my concerns, but I did want to pose that question to the audience. When I was here 2 years ago, I assume it was a different consulting firm, and based upon their recommendations, and I don't know if you were just echoing what they were saying, Dr. Zerbe, or if it was how you felt. The recommendation was to close one school, not two. And it seems like the momentum has now shifted dramatically towards closing two schools. And I don't know that that's the wrong decision, but I was sort of shocked at how quickly we transitioned from clearly being on the side of closing one school, and that recommendation was Audubon, to now closing both schools. And I may be wrong, but I thought I remembered you saying that, Dr. Zerbe, that it was the recommendation based upon the findings of the consulting firm to close one school.
It is accurate that I made that recommendation then, and it is also accurate that the consideration of the closure of 2 schools was also on the table at the same time.
Of course, yes, I remember, I was there. The other thing, and I wish I had my notes from that meeting, but the numbers with regards to the cost savings of Audubon versus Arrowhead this evening seem much, much different from the cost projections 2 years ago, because there was supposed to be a significant decrease in costs from closing Audubon versus closing Arrowhead, and tonight the figures seem to be the same, and I found that very surprising given the fact that Arrowhead was built in 1975 and Audubon was built in the 20s. I do believe that it was supposed to be a significantly more savings involved in closing Audubon as opposed to Arrowhead. So those are just the points that I would like to bring up to the board, is how surprised I was at how quickly this conversation shifted to closing 1 school as opposed to closing 2, and the figures just seem very different.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Blass. I live at 1029 Clark Hill Drive. I am not here just as a parent, but also as an educator myself, thinking about what I would want to do if, as an educator, and if I worked within the district as well. And I appreciated your thoughts on that. I'm concerned about a couple things that I saw happen tonight, and I don't know that they were fully fleshed out. When they were talking about the redistricting, there seemed to be a lot of dominoes. We need to move the Audubon children over to Eagleville, therefore some of the Eagleville children will have to move over to Woodland, and some of the Woodland children will have to move over to Worcester. I understand that you may need to close 1 or 2 schools, and I respect how hard that must be, and it may simply have to happen. If it has to happen, please look carefully at that redistricting with a plan for how to affect as few children as possible. The goal isn't, let's make perfect little rectangles where exact neighborhoods stick together. While I respect that that's important, it's not the only thing. I think the board should try to affect as few children as possible while still trying to maintain a school close by. So I heard a lot of discussions about it. In certain diagrams, it looked like there was more dominoes than in others. But I really think that there's probably better redistricting possible than even these scenarios showed. And if you have to close a school, please spend more time on that, not less, trying to find a way to affect as few children as possible. One more thing. Years ago, when they moved the 5th grade from the elementary schools to Skyview, they did so, in my opinion, without regard to what a 5th grader really is. They chose to call Skyview an upper elementary school, but they forgot that elementary school children need to play. Brain development shows us, with all the research currently being done, that uninterrupted, unscheduled, outdoor, free play is critical to the learning of children. Yet they took all of these 5th graders, moved them into what they called an upper elementary school, and then did away with the playground. That's not in keeping with what we know to be in the best interest of children. I was so happy to hear one of our board members say, if this happens, we're going to have to do some construction at Skyview, and construction including a playground would probably be important. Don't forget to do those things. Don't just look at the cost savings, Also think about what do we have to spend some money on to be sure we do the right thing for children. I wish that there had been a scenario up here that showed closing one school and redistricting to move fourth grade. It seemed to me, as I listened to everyone, that that actually had great potential to make lemonade out of lemons and to possibly keep that kindergarten full day on the table. And if there's any way to really flesh out that before you have to vote, I would recommend that you do that. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, Brian Earnshaw, Lower Providence. First, I'm one of the 70% of residents that pay for all this. I have no kids in the school district any longer. And I appreciate the process you all are going through and spending the time to hold these special meetings, provide information, and really solicit feedback. So that's just the first point I'd like to make. Secondly, you mentioned these capital costs do not include the soft costs for permits and so forth. Are those numbers directly from that facilities report? Okay, because I think there's some items in there that should probably be removed in making this evaluation. For example, the Arrowhead number includes $1.9 million for its expansion, which seems kind of counterintuitive to include that number if you're talking about closing the school. There's also a $1.1 million to install LED lighting at Arrowhead and Audubon. Is that really necessary? And then the third example I just had was there's $350,000 to reconfigure Arrowhead's parking lot. Is that really necessary? So I think somebody needs to go through that report and scrub out those things that really probably might never get done. Okay, just something to consider. And the last point in response to a previous commenter is, I followed the election 2 years ago very closely, and there was no campaign pledge not to close a school. If there was any campaign pledge, it was to be more open, transparent, and communicative with the residents of the district. And if that was one of the pledges or promises, you could check that off as being accomplished, because I think, as Chris had mentioned, you guys have done a tremendous job in communicating, providing information, providing the presentations, and really thinking this through in a thoughtful manner. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kim Sano. So I'm
What
about to
township?
enroll my...
We need to know what township.
Oh, Low Providence.
Thank you.
So I'm about to enroll my son in kindergarten. One, as of right now, I don't know if it's half day or full day, and I don't know what school he's going to go to. 75% of your scenarios don't include full day kindergarten, which is fine. Maybe it'll be there for my daughter in a couple of years. But you guys really want to close 2 schools, which is fine. But what it looks like right now, it's going to be like a 2-stage process. Okay, you guys decide to close 1 school this year, all right. So my son's now going to Arrowhead instead of Eagleville, and then you guys are going to decide, oh, we're going to close Arrowhead and send everybody to just the remainder schools. I think you have to think of, over the next couple of years, how many times these kids are going to be affected from kindergarten through high school with the redistricting plans that you guys are trying to put in place. Because right now, that's my fear. I'm going to enroll him in the public school system and then have to deal with 20 transitions over the next 12 years. And it's definitely not fair to the kids on that, or to the parents and everybody else, and the teachers who have to go through all this. So this is something you guys have to think about when you make a decision, and you guys need to give us a firm timeline so we know what we're doing and we know how to plan our schedules accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Riccitelli. I'm in Worcester Township, right at 363 and Germantown Pike, which seems like that's where the cutoff is going to be for the Eagleville elementary students to go to Worcester Elementary. And my question is the conceptual boundaries. When, who, where do I talk to somebody to air my personal grievances? Because I'm sure at quarter after 10 o'clock at night, none of these fine individuals are interested in hearing my personal issues with my daughter going to this school and why it's important, why my husband and I bought the house. So you guys are going to figure out these boundaries when? And how can I make sure that there's somebody for me to talk to and say, my daughter is not a number? This child is an eventual Methacton School District, maybe full-day kindergarten, and I want to know that I didn't buy this house right next to the grade school so that they can get on the bus for 45 minutes to go to another school when this is why we bought the house. Like, I just need ears and somebody to talk to before the decision is made. So is that possible?
Yes, there's a plan that once we, as we move through the decision-making process, there will be opportunities in each of the elementary buildings to get input from parents and members of the community associated with the boundaries that are of the conceptual nature at this point in time. We'll then take that information, give that information back to Mylona McBroom, who will then use that information to come back with potentially two recommendations from the ultimate decision, whether it's to close one building or two buildings or whatever it may be. Okay. And they'll come back with recommendations on the final boundaries associated with the overall decision.
Okay, where does that come from? Like an email or a...
Oh, yeah, we will be communicating that. It'll be posted to the district website. We'll be sending that out through our school email system, okay. And then certainly we'll also use our Facebook page to communicate that information.
Okay.
Similar to what we've been doing all along.
Yeah, I just found out about this. Unless the email says something like, hey, Jen Richitelli, you got to open this. I usually won't because it says something like Methacton information, Methacton update. And I feel like, I get like 90 of them. They update me when senior citizen, swim is open. So
we're trying to communicate with you. I know it's challenging.
So
I get
as long as it'll be posted in multiple places, like Facebook is good for me because I'm always up to date. But as long as I know where to look, I'll be here. You'll see me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ashley Wilkerson from Audubon. I remember being here almost exactly 2 years ago under very different circumstances, and I think that's where a lot of us who are in the room now met and connected for the first time. And I remember a lot of the questions that we were asking, and the conversation wasn't necessarily close or don't close a school. It was like, whoa, we're making this decision, and show us what the boundary lines are going to look like. Where's my kid going to be? What's my child's class size going to be? If my child has special needs, is there going to be a carved out space, or is there going to be speech therapy in the hallway? What's the financial implication of this? You're saying maybe $1 million saved if Audubon closes, but where are those numbers coming from? And I was so incredibly impressed with the presentation last month and the presentation tonight, because I really feel like all the questions that we were asking and wondering where that information was going to come from, we've got that information now. And I also think back to, since it's been brought up, the months leading up to an election and a new school board. And there were a lot of promises made. And I was very much involved in hearing those promises over and over again as I worked with a lot of the people who are making them. And I remember very clearly promises to gather as much information as possible and make the best decisions possible for our district, for our schools, for all of the stakeholders. And I agree with what Mr. Earnshaw said. I believe those promises are being kept. I don't know what decision any of you are going to make. Not a single one of you, even in private conversations, has made any promises or guarantees except that you'll make the right one, and I do believe that this board will do that, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erica Sabinski from Audubon, and I wanted to add on to what Mr. Ryan said. I don't know who has the clicker to change the slides, but one of them has some numbers across the bottom that talk about the classroom capacities if we close 2 schools. And Mr. Ryan talked to if we close 1 school, we're going to create, I believe it'll be Eagleville, that'll have the same capacity as what Audubon has now, which someone mentioned, oh, well, we need to, we can't drag this out because it's not fair to the Audubon kids because they're full. So if we close 2 schools, I think right now Audubon is, I don't know, somewhere in the high 80% of the 90%. If we close 2 schools, we're going to make 3 schools that are worse than what we already feel is an overly stuffed Audubon now. We're going to create a school that's 103% of that 90, which is approximately 93% of capacity. And we're going to create 2 other schools that are at 90 and 92%. which, if I recall correctly, are higher than Audubon is currently now. So we're not only not eliminating the problem of Audubon's current capacity, we're creating a bigger problem at all three of the other schools. So I'm hoping that we're not so focused on that. And I don't mean any disrespect to you gentlemen, because you've done what we've asked you to do, but we've said, we as parents and school board members and stakeholders don't think that Audubon is, we think Audubon is overly full, and then someone came along and said, well, 90% capacity is perfect. Oh, okay, well then let's make everybody that full. But we're substituting someone else's judgment for what we in reality see as a problem, and I'm not comfortable with that as a parent of 2 Audubon students. But I would like to say thank you to the board members who have pointed out that lower end of Audubon, where I live, and the concerns about the current, if you have to bus my kids all the way up to Woodland, how long they're going to be on the bus. And I can tell you, my kids do care about how long they are on the bus. They're on the bus for half an hour at least right now, and they do care about that. They do care that they don't get home till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Andrews, Lower Providence. Not sure I know where to begin, but in addition to the 8 scenarios that were presented last month, the board at that meeting came up with a scenario that I called number 9, which several directors spoke to this evening, and so I think that that needs to be flushed out better so that at least the directors understand it. And at that last meeting, the things were presented on 30 or 40 slides, and shortly after that, I put together a one-page spreadsheet of the scenario of those scenarios 1 through 9. And then last week, I came across an email that John Lynch had sent to me 2 years ago. He was a school director here approximately a decade ago, and he was one of the school directors that voted against Skyview, one of his reasons being the recession that we are in. And that recession lasted quite a while here, but things are turning around, and the new projections that Malone and McBroom did in place of the ones by Pell show that turnaround, and I think even their high projection is on the low side. And while I haven't been a statistician for 25 years, I've been looking at Methacton enrollments and projections for a decade or so. And I did one projection in October of 2009 that showed K-12 enrollment for this year would be 4844, and the actual October 1 number was 4846. And there are other times when I've come closer. But in the big picture of things, we need to ask ourselves, what is it we want to solve? Is it the efficiency, the low utilization? Is it the budget? And I hear talk of a 5-year budget outlook that hasn't surfaced yet. There was one that Mr. Whiteleather put together 3 or 4 years ago that was on the pessimistic side, and it looked pretty bad. The state subsidies situation has gotten worse. The percent of the population in Methacton is trending towards the senior citizens going up to 30%. The senior citizens that this year is the 3rd year without a Social Security raise.
Can you finish up, please?
Trying to here. And, you know, we've got people asking for full-day kindergarten, and, if the budget constraints are paramount, we have to face up to those. And in terms of making lemonade out of lemons, that John Lynch suggestion of 2 years ago was to close both Audubon and Arrowhead and revert to K-5 schools at Woodland, Eagleville, Worcester, and Skyview, and then with 6 to 8 at Arcola. And that's feasible. And there have been extensive studies over the years showing that a K-5 school is more advantageous to the children than a K-4, and especially a K-3. And that permits us to, for a child going from K through to 12th grade, to just have 2 transitions, one from K-5 to Arcola.
Can you
and then
finish up,
one
Mr.
from
Andrews,
Arcola.
please?
Yes. So, I think, in summary, what is it we want to solve, and what is it we want to improve? I think we have more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Ferrara. I live in Lower Providence. At some point in the next day or so, Betsy DeVos is going to be confirmed as Education Secretary. When that happens, we should expect a very different regime and massive changes in the manner of public school funding in a couple of years down the road. Not insignificantly, including the introduction of vouchers that will permit massive outflows from your budget. When that happens, whatever pecuniary advantages we've achieved through all this very, very effort, and I applaud M&M. This is a great study. I applaud your work. You're really, really paying close attention to this. But whatever advantages have been achieved are going to evaporate. That is going to happen. That's coming down the road, and we will again be in crisis, severe financial crisis. My feeling is a crisis is a crisis. In the interim, the best thing we can do is double down on public education. Don't close any schools. Maximize the educational benefit for the duration that you can, because one way or another, doom is coming.
Thank you.
Joe Orson, Lower Providence. First, I just want to thank you for this work. I feel so much better this time around than I did last time around. I'm very confident that everyone is doing their best job to make the best decision possible. And I feel confident in the numbers. The one thing that I'm still a little lacking on is that we have analyzed the school buildings, the classrooms, the number of classrooms, number of kids in the classrooms very, very well. But what I'm not seeing is the educational piece side of it. When we compared the scenarios, all of the educational impact pages were the same regardless of which scenario we looked at. It didn't seem like there was any differentiation in what could be achieved educationally based on the scenario. It seemed like it was all fair, and I guess that's the job of the administration to make whatever decision is made work. But what I would like to see are if we're going to save this money, then let's have a plan for how we can, and if we do need to close a school, and I feel like you've brought me there, I feel like I understand the budget concern, and I'm kind of at that point where I feel like it's a necessary thing to do. I just want to see that other side of it, where what good can we make come out of that? And that's where I'd like to see a lot more attention given to the different scenarios. If we do have K through 3 and then move forward and close only one school, that seems like an area of interest for a lot of us. If we could lay out some of those positive things that could come out of the different scenarios educationally to better understand where we could utilize the resources and make an impact to take advantage of a bad situation. That's what I would like to see next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jen Zavertnik, Lower Providence. One, I just want to say, everything that we've gone through, it means a lot, Mr. Borman, for you to say that you feel that this data, you feel confident that you can make a decision based on that. That means a lot, that I feel like the fight that we did for these 2 years, that does mean a lot. I have been to all these meetings. I was here on the 10th. I will have to say I am a little bit disappointed because I feel like you guys spent a lot of time hashing out 8A, 8B, 8C, and what they would all look like, and I feel like we didn't get some of that information tonight. I don't want one school to close, let alone 2, so I was really wanting that additional information to see how 8B could happen, how Skyview could become a 4 or 5, how Arcola could go back to a 6, 7, 8. I'm not even thinking about 8 through 12 at the high school, but I really was hoping for that additional information that I didn't feel like we got tonight. The other thing that I have a question for, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask M&M a question, but if one school closes, or particularly if both, particularly I would think, and this is just my assumption, that Arrowhead could become sold to become additional single-family homes. Has any of you guys, or have you looked at if they become both Audubon or Arrowhead or both, if they become single-family homes with families and children, can we assume all of those additional children at both of those? Am I allowed to ask them?
I can address that real quickly.
Okay.
The high scenario includes some additional housing development beyond what's already known to be likely to come out there
But
based
26 acres worth?
Yes, I would say comfortably the additional margin in there would cover that additional development. That's correct.
Yeah, no, I just wonder what the actual timeline would be to, if the building would be, demolished, removed, and then a subdivision plan goes forward. We're talking probably 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years out when we would actually see any activity.
But that's where the numbers are already really high, right?
Well,
Like 7, 8,
where we're
9
seeing the
years.
number rebound. Based on, a small subdivision of 12 acres, we didn't track down every small subdivision of 10 or 12 acres going out 5 to 10 years either. That's captured in the persistency and captured in the number. It would really have to, take a look at what would be the true feasibility of, demoing the building, the cost of any remediation abatement versus sale and conversion to a subdivision, and then the total number of units. Likely, it would probably fall well outside of our 10-year projection timeline where you would actually see children coming from that building.
Okay. It was just something to consider, like if 12.5 acres of Arrowhead becomes townhomes.
It's a good question.
That could be a lot of kids.
I hadn't thought of that one.
Like
That's a good
12.5
question.
acres of townhomes in Arrowhead, that could be a lot of kids. So please think about these things when you're talking long-term. I'm not just looking at my children, which I would like to get through, but long-term. Thanks.
Hi there, Kim O'Donnell, Lower Providence. I have just a couple points here, but I want to start off and say thank you very much for over the last 2 years taking the time, slowing this down, and getting the data that we needed so that you all are comfortable with it, we are comfortable with it, and we've been able to see it and actually know what is going on. One thing I wanted to mention first was the full-day kinder. I know it's been talked about a lot. I don't have any kids that are going into kindergarten, but we do have friends that ask about our district and is it offered, and it's not. And you'd be surprised at the amount of people that go, okay, well, we're looking for a district that offers that as where they're moving to. I was talking to Dr. Katona earlier to get her numbers, and from her report that she provided us recently, it was about 90% of Pennsylvania districts offer some form of full-day kindergarten. And I just found out recently this past year, Hatboro, Horsham, and Centennial are signed up to do that also. So it'd be a great thing if we had that. Keep that in mind. If we close 1 or 2 schools, we could have another influx of families that come in looking at that, and it could certainly make us capped at our classrooms and class sizes. My son is in a classroom now and has been for the last couple of years. that we've been blessed at Arrowhead. It's a smaller classroom, so we have 18 kids. I can't imagine those kids coming through in 23, 24, 25 kids in these classrooms. Another thing Mike had brought up, and a couple of you had mentioned the transportation times. And one of the things was adding buses if it becomes too far of a route to drive. And if I remember correctly from our transportation discussions, it was about $50,000 a bus. Is that correct? Does anyone remember that? So if we start looking to add buses for the Audubon lower loop or the outer Arrowhead section that comes over up to Worcester, we could be looking at a significant cost if we're adding buses for morning, afternoon, the kindergarten drop-off pickup if we don't do full day. I mean, that's 4 bus routes a day that we could be adding in here. And then the last thing I just wanted to add in also, that if we do close the school or close 2, depending on how this works out, if we would allow parents to drive their children to school if they selected the school to go, if they were at their if they could stay at their previous school if it did not close. Come from a district in Delaware where this was allowed when they closed schools, and they redistricted. If your school was not closed, you were allowed to drive your child to school, and you had to commit to that. And if you failed to do that, then your child was put on a bus for what should have been for that neighborhood anyway, and they went to school. But that actually worked out really, really well. The kids were happy, the parents were happy, and for me, having a son that's going into 4th grade this year, it would actually just give me peace of mind if our school was still open, that was an opportunity to go there and make it work within our neighborhood and our own carpooling. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Oh, Candy, you're going to want to go too? I didn't see you back there. Okay. I didn't see you behind the podium. So.
Sure. So Matt Rager, Lower Providence. I feel fortunate that I've had 2 kids that have benefited from the capacity problem, as we called it a little bit earlier. And since the meeting 2 years ago, I actually did my part and had another child, so looking forward to potentially going to Arrowhead as well. I do not look forward to the scenario where we would have a graveyard elementary school on the road behind my house. So hopefully we can avoid that, but I definitely understand the hard work that you all have put into this, the 2 different regimes that we've had come in and do the study, and I greatly appreciate all of the work, the new committee members who have stepped onto the board to go through that. I guess one question I had, and I know this came up the last time, and apologies if this was answered back on the 10th of January, are the module units that we added on to these elementary schools that were temporary at the time, are they part of the long-term footprint of these schools now? As if we would look at closing 1 or 2 or just redistricting, is that a long-term thing?
The modulars are included in any of the calculations that have been presented as part of this process.
Okay. So
I just want to clarify. So what that means is if a modular classroom is being used as a homeroom or as a classroom and not as a pullout. So for example, at Audubon, that's not included. Where at Arrowhead the modulars are because they're used as full day classrooms today.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
You're hiding behind the podium there. I didn't see you.
God, move it this way a little. Candy Alibi, Eagleville. I keep hearing everybody talk about Skyview and a lot of comments made about Skyview. And I sat in that room for years and listened to the debate on Skyview. Number one, Skyview was built. And there was a group of people that were all rah-rah for it. It was built because our enrollment was going to go through the roof. By 2016, we're going to have 6,500 kids in this school district. I think I saw the enrollment today as of February 1st. It's 4827. That was one of the reasons for Skyview. Another reason for Skyview was we were going to get rid of all the modulars. Directors sat in that room and said we were going to get rid of all the modulars. That's why we needed Skyview, because we were running out of room for the kids. We still have the modulars. They haven't disappeared. And it was brought up about a playground for Skyview. The director shot it down because none of the parents came out and pushed for us playground, and they didn't want to waste the money, just like they didn't want to waste the money for a left turn lane out here to get into the school grounds. So as someone who sat in a room since 2006 about Skyview, and I was only one of 3 people who spoke against it, and what drew me into it was when it was stated by the then superintendent that they would use eminent domain if they had to build Skyview. Well, unfortunately, my family gave up enough property to the school district since this building is sitting on what once was their property. So that's why I got involved. And as I got involved further, I was also told by a lot of outstanding residents in the school district that if I didn't like a school behind my house, I could move. Why don't I move? My family's been invested in the school district for a long time. My husband's family for over 100 years. They have invested a lot of money into the school district. I have invested a lot of money into the school district. And yes, my children benefited from it. But the fact is, I am a taxpayer. And at one point, school policy stated that the school directors had a fiscal responsibility to the taxpayers in the school district. They came first. Then the students. The taxpayer and the students go hand in hand. Then the parents, then the teachers. The taxpayers who do not have children in the school district are left out of the equation because it's all about the students. But you come to us for the money to pay for all this. I'm just curious if anybody's concerned about what Governor Wolf is going to say tomorrow. He's giving his budget address. And from everything I've read that's come out of Harrisburg, it's not looking very good for education this year. So you have a lot of factors in here. But I don't place any faith in enrollment projections. I listened to enrollment projections from 2006 to 2009, 2010, and they didn't come true. And there's a lot of factors involved, but if you want to get people in this school district, then you need to go to the township in Worcester and Lower Providence and ask them why we're not business friendly. We have nothing to attract people into this township. Springford has shopping centers, Upper Merion has them, Colonial, North Penn. That's a draw to bring people in.
Can you finish up, please? Thank you.
People in our school district leave to go shopping. They spend their money across the borders. So we could sit here and tell how great we are, but if we have people not moving in, but our enrollment is still dropping. And I don't see this trend changing anytime soon unless this school district and the surrounding township change drastically.
Thank you.
Mike Herman, Lower Providence. I just have a quick one. I think you guys did a great job at asking most of the questions that were coming to my head, so I appreciate that. I just need one clarification. If we have a 4th, 5th grade school, is the curriculum more like a elementary school where you have like one teacher, you know, a typical elementary school has, or is it more like Skyview has with like team-based teaching? There's a pretty big difference between, I was just curious as to which it would be.
I think I heard most of your question. I missed the first part. When you say we have one less elementary school?
No. That didn't, regardless of what decision's made, really. If we have a 4th, 5th grade school, 4th grade is taught differently as far as the structure, as far as how many teachers you have.
If we have a 4 or 5 building.
Yeah, if we have a 4 or 5
understand.
building, is it go more towards the way 5th graders are taught or the way 4th graders are taught?
So,
from the number of teachers?
Yeah, right. So the planning would likely follow more of an elementary scenario than it would of the scenario which would be currently in the 7th, 8th grade model of teaming.
5th, 6th grade model. Right.
The 6th grade model right now, the current Skyview configuration, the actual both 5th and 6th grade are planned and scheduled totally different. where the fifth grade is more in line with an elementary programming and the way teachers are assigned, where fifth grade is more in line with, sixth grade is more in line with teaming, more closely aligned to what's happening in Arcola.
Okay, so take on the fifth grade, not the sixth grade.
It'll take on the fifth grade and not the sixth grade. That's accurate.
Thank you.
I know everybody wants to go home. I'm going to be really brief. There's a couple of things I wanted to point out. Some have been pointed out before and some haven't. First of all, after hearing this for 2 years, I agree that the data is better, and I especially like that the discussions are better, not just among the board, but among the public, and I think that that's a really great thing because a lot of really good things are coming out of that. The other thing is, over 2 years, I've seen that a lot of the voices that were really loud against any schools closing 2 years ago are more accepting now. Part of that is because you have better data and better information and better discussions, but the other part of it is time. Sometimes it just takes a while to get used to an idea, and I think in some of the scenarios that you're looking at, you have a little more time, even though a decision needs to be made now. You have a little bit more time with some of those scenarios, which is something to take into account. And the other thing I wanted to say is, we've talked about all these things, and it's so easy to get bogged down in the sob stories and the individual things, and Lord knows I have a sob story myself, but as the board, it's important to take a deep breath and take a few steps back over the next 2 weeks and think about the future of the district and what's best for the entire district. And I know that all of you are so dedicated and care so much about the district and the kids in the district and the taxpayers as well, despite what others might say. So I appreciate you taking the time and the energy to do all of that and to do what's best for Methacton and all of the people in it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Nikki. All right, anybody else? You already went, Jeff. Okay, so just so we're clear, the voting meeting will be on February 21st, whatever decisions made there. I'm sure everybody on the board will put a thoughtful process behind their vote, and whatever the vote is, it won't be easy vote. And instead of spending February 21st with my wife on her birthday, I'll be sitting in the room with all you making some hard decisions. So thank you for coming out. We appreciate everybody's opinion. Yeah.
Can I just say something? So before we wrap the evening up, and I know it's late, and certainly I don't want to, extend our discussion, but while the voting meeting is scheduled for the 21st, I was just asking whether or not the board has any less of the options on the table than what we've come to this evening. So, for example, it's my understanding that we have Scenario 8, we have Scenario 3, we have Scenario 5, and Scenario 1 as options for consideration. Are there, and there was a scenario that was brought up that doesn't have a number associated with our presentations. So my question to the board is, are we in a position today to consider less of those options or a subset of those options so that we can have a more streamlined discussion on the 21st? If that's not in the cards here for discussion this evening, then I'll prepare whatever I need to prepare in order to get us through a decision-making process. But I thought it was at least fair for me to at least address the matter and determine whether the board wants to discuss that this evening, or they'd like me to just prepare based on what I know and what we've all discussed.
I don't know if I'm jumping the gun, and I know you asked for less versus more, but the scenario that's not numbered, I think, has to be added to the voting, meaning closing one and reconfiguring. And I don't know I don't know if that can be added, because I think that's what Mike, Paul, myself brought up, and maybe more, not trying to leave anybody out. You can probably articulate this more clear than I can, Mike.
I would just say that I agree. I would like that to be added as a formal option, please.
If you're going to add that in, so that's reconfiguring, that's using reconfiguring Skyview, correct? I will not vote on that until I see how Skyview will be reconfigured and how it will be able to handle the school, those kids, those grade levels properly. I understand that.
So then, would you need that as well for the closure of 2 schools? Because that's...
Well, yeah, because that goes hand in hand.
Right.
Because without 2 schools, you have to reconfigure with 2 schools.
Right.
So that, and I also would narrow that you have option number 8, but there were 3 sub-options to that, correct?
Well, let me just, there's probably a couple more pieces of information that you could probably jump to and say, well, if I don't have this information, I'm not going to vote. And I respect that because I'm not the one making the vote, and so I understand that. But I also need to say that we could prolong this process for probably a pretty good 4 or 5 more months in order to get all the questions answered. So I want you to know that I'm concerned as to providing certain pieces of information. Not that I don't want to, I just don't know whether or not we get to the next phase of this and that information is or isn't shared in advance enough for you to then make the proper decision or any decision on the 21st. So I just want to share that I think we're challenged to a degree that how far and how what other additional information is going to be required in order to make a decision, and therefore our practice has been as a board going through this process. We don't act on stuff that we typically learn about at the same meeting, only because it gives us an opportunity to digest the information and further understand it. So I certainly don't want to put the board in any uncomfortable position. This is a very important decision, but I am concerned that if in Mr. Roth's case, he can't make a vote until I present him something, it could wind up that we go down through the aisle here and around the table and need the same or some other type of information from each individual board member. So I'm challenged with that, but I'm also challenged with the need to make a decision. I think as a community and as a school district, we've been through a lengthy but comprehensive discussion for a long time. Our students, our staff, and you, and our public have been, in my opinion, drained from this discussion, and that may be evidence of why there's less people in the room here this evening. Maybe. Again, that's not any correlation. I need some help and some guidance from the board as well how we want to proceed forward.
The other thing is we've had multiple meetings to lay out scenarios, and we've addressed all those. Now, granted, there's some questions around.
I brought up these things at the last meeting.
What?
I brought up the Skyview stuff.
I was just saying,
like 2 meetings ago.
You still have a couple questions about an existing scenario from your perspective. But come into the very last meeting before a voting meeting and start throwing out new scenarios is just,
It's not a new scenario. That was brought up the last time as well. In fact, I was the one who said it.
Yeah, Chris, I think if we talk about the comprehensiveness of this decision, I think Scott mentioned it, Brenda mentioned it, there was a consensus of the choices we have may not be the most complete final decision that we can make. And I absolutely understand the principle that we need to make a decision. But Scott's point about what are we going to do about the capacity in the high school? Brenda's point about can we do something for the full-day kindergarten and reinvest a possible two school closures into a better educational thing and save money for the taxpayers? I think the problem is we're sniffing around a good solution, but we're talking about a subset of 4 solutions that may not be the optimal solution. Or if we want to pick one of those, I would like to know what the step B is. Because these decisions about, okay, that we need to really, maybe we need to add on to Eagleville. Well, I'm not sure I'm really ready to roll the dice on an anticipation that we're going to be able to do that, if we're going to have the ability to really provide the educational aspects that we want to, and fiduciarily do it correctly, without knowing what the steps are. If we're just going to throw the one dice out, I will vote on the 21st if that's the decision. But my point is, I'm not sure, after 2 years plus of those involved, and there's an urgency to try to close this down, I'm not sure I'm comfortable that any of these are implementable for this year anyway.
Well, for the current board, we're going on about a year, right? Last spring we started, 14 months ago, according to Kim. So the options, what about, so are you saying you need more information to decide whether to close 1 school or 2 schools?
All right. So Chris, or Dr. Zerbe, on the 21st, explain to me what we would be voting on in the order we'd be voting on it.
Well, again, it was my intent to find out whether or not we're going to reduce the options. So what I would do is I would create motions that the board would then consider. Those motions would either be first and second, there would be discussions, and then you would vote on a motion. If a motion is voted down, then there would be another motion on the agenda for which a board member could bring up and recommend, and a second could occur. And we'll go through the list associated with the closures and the scenarios that I have before me. It would be a lot more streamlined if, in fact, we were only dealing with, well, we're only going to close 1 building. So then the decisions would be, do we close this building, we close that building, and then at what time do we close them? Meaning before the 17-18 school year or the 18-19 school year. If you were still uncertain of and couldn't narrow it down, we would put all the options on the agenda associated with the scenarios. But it would be my preference if we could narrow it. But I don't know if we can do that here this evening.
And I respect that viewpoint, but honestly, listening today and hearing everybody talk among the board, among the community, maybe there is even a better solution. I walked in here, thought there was no way in heck that we could ever close 2 schools, right? But if there was a way to close 2 schools and provided a better educational experience along the way, then I would be open to it. But I am not going to vote for 2 schools, closing of 2 schools, without knowing what the next dominoes are. So I certainly can provide a vote on the 21st, but realize that from a limitation perspective, without seeing the bigger picture, I think we're sort of being a little, and I know that this is going to we're being too quick. I know that everybody's going to say you're full of malarkey, but we're being too quick from the perspective of getting to the best solution. And I frame that based on the aspect of also, I know there's a fiduciary issue for this year and the longer we go, but the reality is I don't see how this is implementable starting in March for September start.
I think what I'm hearing going on here right now is that there are several of us, if not all of us, that have raised questions, both at the January meeting and then here tonight, that we would all feel a whole lot better making a vote on the 21st if we had the information that we're seeking. So I think what we're saying is give us the information that we're looking for to the best of our ability, and yeah, we'll be in a place to make a decision on the 21st, but I'm not in a position where I'm ready to make a vote or take anything off the table tonight, because I feel like we still have too many unanswered questions.
I guess what I'm challenged with is, while I can understand that some members of the board have questions, I think, both Mylona McBroom and my administration and I met right after the January 10th meeting the following morning and reviewed all the matters that needed to be addressed. And while maybe the presentation, according to our discussion here this evening, fell short on what your expectations were, we certainly want to provide the information that you need. So what I will ask, if it's okay with our president, is to ensure so that I can be assured that we're answering the questions that you may have, that by the end of business tomorrow, if you could email me with the questions that you are trying to have answered that are still outstanding, I will do my due diligence to make sure that we have that information as soon as possible. Because right now, I know that we have some transportation questions, we may have some K or 4 or 5 building questions, but if there are more than those two, then I would need to know that information.
I can tell you right now that doing that by close of business tomorrow would be pretty much impossible. I mean, I have a job, I have other responsibilities that I have to attend to tomorrow during the day. My feeling is coming to these meetings...
We can pick a certain period of time, but at some point, we're going to be challenged with getting that information
I understand
done.
that, but we come to these meetings and we ask the questions here, and I thought that was sufficient, but if we're going to have to then go the extra step of putting them in writing after we've had the discussion and raised the questions here, I don't know, I'm just getting frustrated by the process.
Could I? So I've been here also, as all of you, for the last couple of years, and it is a struggle. Clearly, it is a struggle. But I think that, at least the way I think about it, there are 2 aspects to this whole thing. One is the fiduciary responsibility that the board has to very efficiently use the resources that we have. In so doing, we are becoming concerned with exactly the specifics of implementing a lot of these decisions. And one, also to be assured, I think, as Mr. Winter said, that if there are savings, that we will find ways to benefit the education of the children as a result of having savings. And I think that we should expect that and perhaps insist on that. But I think that the actual decisions, as I'm thinking about it and as I think about what my responsibility is, doesn't go to the specifics of exactly how the administration will function in getting things done. And so I see them, personally, I see them as 2 separate things. And I hope that if I make a good decision, that implementation will be done well. And I rely on the superintendent to do that.
Brenda, can I just comment? I understand I'm not trying to get into the implementation. I'm just trying to make the best decision. And I guess if we just took a white piece of paper based on all that you heard today in the last 2 years, of the scenarios, only the scenarios that Dr. Zerbe is asking us to narrow down, would those be your best, would they be your preferred preference? And I asked that to Scott, I asked that to Andrea, I asked that to Chris. Because my point is, we're voting on a subset that we got ourselves to along the way that got us narrower and narrower. And as we went through that process, we identified other opportunities that may be the better solution. And Dr. Zerbe wants us to narrow it down based on what we've already got to. And I think if we all thought to ourselves, what would be the proper solution, knowing all the information we've gotten through today, I don't think necessarily only those would be the ones we would want to vote on.
The way the vote was intended to go next week, or 2 weeks, was vote between closing one school and two schools, or by default redistricting. But you feel that under the closing of a school, you need to know exactly the configuration of what that entails across all the schools.
No, that's not what I said, actually. I think what I'm saying is I need to know what I don't need the exact configuration. I need to have a comfortable level that the educational value that we're getting is similar to what we have today, that we will be saving money, and we will be doing the right thing for the long term. What I'm being asked to do on the 21st is make a decision between doing nothing, or a reconfiguration only, closing a school, or closing 2 schools, without knowing what the next step is. Are we going to, honestly, I would be open to closing 2 schools if it's saving us $25 million, or whatever the exact number as we push it down. There's savings there. But without knowing that we're going to do something with those from an education perspective, besides bring our class size up to 25 or 26, I'm not going to sign up for that, even though that might be the best solution. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Well, part of the process has not been to fully vet the execution plan and say how you're going to totally reconfigure the educational experience. The task we put before Dr. Zerbe and the others is to make sure you don't overstuff the schools and ruin the educational experience, right? That's something that no matter which option we take, we've put that challenge to them, whether it's putting parameters around how big the classrooms can get, and also just giving them the guidance that we need to maintain the educational experience. So I guess the idea of taking it a step further than that and saying, well, now we need to know how you're going to execute on that execution plan, to Brenda's point, is getting into the weeds around how you're actually going to implement that.
I think just from semantics, maybe I'm not making myself clear. I'm not interested in the how. I'm interested in what it is we're getting headed towards.
If I could, as I said, I think it's important that we insist on the fact that if there are savings that we're able to achieve, that we expect that there will be educational improvements. Money will be used for those purposes, and we should charge the superintendent with the responsibility to come up with how those things will be happen. But if we make the responsibility that it will happen, and then he comes up with a plan, then we all win, I think.
I have to say, I was encouraged when I asked the question about equal to or greater to the educational experience now. I liked what I heard from Dr. Zerbe. I actually liked hearing the packaging from Andrea's perspective as well, and how that K to 3, 4, 5, I think you were saying that packages well from a delivery perspective. So perhaps, and Paul, I think that's what you're getting at, if there's truly enhancements to the educational process as a result of 1 or 2, then perhaps, Dr. Zerbe, we can ask you to frame out some of those benefits in a little more detail, not vet out a micro plan, but I think I'd like to, I think what people are saying is, okay, there's a next step. We know there's a lot of planning and there's a lot of education, but as you think of a framework of K to 3 or 4 or 5, how does that translate into educational benefits? And from your perspective and your administrative staff's perspective, how can we as a board or the public translate that into the benefit for their child?
So I think, well, right, and so while it may not have been apparent in the slides that we presented this evening, but it was apparent that there were similarities between the educational benefits of closing one building and then closing two buildings. Some of that language was very similar, if not the same, in many instances. What probably wasn't articulated well is that it's really a matter of there are definitely benefits, educational benefits and operational benefits associated with the closure of one building. And generally speaking, while I was asked a question about the idea of K-3 and how we think of that from an educational perspective, it is a very intriguing and interesting opportunity before us. But what has to happen as part of this process is there's no one, including myself, that can sit here and tell you that we're going to see substantial gains in our performance by going to a K-3 versus the closure of one building and having continue with the K-4 scenario. So when we talk about preferences versus just frame this, preferences versus our challenges, I think from an educational perspective, our building principals, likely our teachers, and our central office curriculum director and associated staff are intrigued by the opportunities that are before us with going to a K-3 scenario and the 4-5 scenario as well, in addition to the 6-8 scenario. They all align better to developmentally appropriate areas. The challenge is that those things will take time. While an implementation will occur, really significant change doesn't occur because Dave Zerbe makes a plan and has it occur. Most of our teachers are going to bed right now. They're not here. There were some in the audience, but they're the ones that make the difference in this transition. So while we will plan with them for a K-3 scenario, if that's what is determined, I can tell you that it will be an alignment of our resources, it will be the alignment of our professional development, and it will be the alignment of their work with their building principals and their work back with our director of curriculum that over time will have and allow us to reap benefits. And I think, so it's not if we do this is automatically going to happen. That's not how education works. We can have a one building school with all grades in it, and we can become the highest performing district in the country. It's a matter of a multitude of things. It's not, the building doesn't make the education. It's a combination of things. But what it does, either of the changes, a one building closure or a two building closure, provides an opportunity to have that change positively affect or impact our processes. It will change the way we look at our grades, where we look at professional development. It'll change all those things. So I hope what I shared with you was helpful, but it's not, if we do this will occur, because that's not it. It's a matter of what we do and what we do over time that will make the most significant impact on our children.
Can I make a couple comments?
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, just sitting here listening tonight, there's a couple elements that are missing. One is we have a superintendent that's afraid to make a recommendation because history has proven that as soon as he makes a decision, things change, questions change, and then it gets stuck to him. So I understand how he's gun shy to give a recommendation. I assume that all these 8 scenarios that are put forward aren't going to hurt the education process, because if they were, he wouldn't have put them up there first off, I assume. And second, if there was one that would affect the education process, he would tell us, because that's his job. But what I could say is, when it came to the budget of the school districts in the state, the state decided to make the decision for us, and that's the Act 1, and if you don't make it, it goes to referendum. And being that we're 2 years into this and haven't made a decision, and we get into the weeds about little details that the administration and the superintendent should be doing, the state's going to make the decision for us, and they're going to make it very easy. They're going to tell you you can't do certain things with your budget, and then you're going to be stuck holding the bag and cutting programs that directly affect education. The problem here is nobody has the guts to make the decision and let the superintendent do his job and get the job done. And it's just a colossal waste of time at this point on everybody, from the parents thinking about, to administration, to teachers thinking about, worrying about it. And we're doing a huge disservice to all those people, because we get in the weeds on silly little things that's the superintendent's job to recommend the proper way to do it, the best way to do it. And how could you guys make a decision or have a vote when the superintendent won't make a recommendation? That should be a big flag to you guys, that he's not willing to stick his neck out, and you should start looking at the boards itself and why he won't do that. So, you know, these days of sitting here bantering back and forth until 11 o'clock at night is just a colossal waste of time, because nobody here seems to be able to make a decision on any data. So when Dave can give a recommendation and stand behind it, that's what we should be looking for. You know, nobody here is an expert in any one of these fields to educate the kids or to deal with a full closure. So I would just have to say I'd be asking Dave for his recommendation. But that's all I have to say. Have a good night.
Can I make an effort here to end this meeting and move this along? I believe Dr. Zerbe did make a recommendation. He reiterated his recommendation from the last time, that it was to close Audubon Elementary. Is that still the case?
That's accurate.
Okay, so then can we do something? Can you please have that as your motion? That is the recommendation of the administration and yourself for the 21st, right? That is your recommendation. We vote on that. If that does not pass, it is up to another board member to make a motion of a subsequent scenario. And that's how we should proceed. You have your recommendation, we vote on it, it passes, it fails. If it doesn't, then you can have another one.
But that was a recommendation from a couple of years ago.
No, but that's what I just asked, if it was still the same recommendation.
Is that what you were answering?
I was asked at the last meeting on January 10th, because some of these same comments were made, that I was afraid to make a recommendation. I butted in at that point and said, I'm not afraid to make a recommendation. I made a recommendation then, I made the recommendation, and that recommendation still holds true. That is my recommendation. It would be to close Audubon Elementary School, and that would be for the start of the 17-18 school year.
So as board president, that follows the way that we've done every other vote on anything else, regardless of whether it's school consolidation or not, is a motion is made or a resolution is put out there by the administration, and we vote on it. And if that does not pass, then I don't understand what would be the problem of another board member having another resolution, as long as it's...
Yeah, I think what I'd like to suggest, while no, that's a fair comment, fair statement, I'd like to suggest that as a matter of public interest, if we leave here this evening and we still have the same number of scenarios on the table, it would be in our best interest to list all the potential options and allow them at least to be available for public view in advance of a decision, so that because there will be a point in time for public comment on action items, and you will then, because then what will happen is if someone says, well, they come up with some other new scenario, well, now we need to open public comment up for another time. But if I list all the potential options that are known to me today, which would be the ones that we presented, and likely, if the board is so inclined to do so, the one that surfaced here a second time from the board, if I put those on and the action items, we just simply go, if one gets approved, then it's done. So once one's approved, it's over. So I can put my recommendation first, if that should be the case, and then all the other scenarios with their recommendations thereafter, and we just go down the line, and if one gets approved, it gets approved. If it doesn't, the next one can be motioned and second, discussed, and then voted on, rather than the potential of a long evening with a lot of different input. But we would need to do that if some new information or some new scenario would occur. That's just a thing to consider, but that's what I'm...
So here's a thought, and this is sort of uncharted territory for me, so correct me if I'm wrong. If you give us a date, say the end of this week, and we all send you any outstanding questions that we would like to see resolved, along with whatever motion we would like to see put on the agenda for the 21st, is that sufficient for us to be able to build an agenda so that whatever we're voting on is on the agenda, it's out there for the public so that the public is aware? It allows us to, I mean, at this hour, I don't know that I could come up with a coherent motion that I would be able to leave you with tonight. Does that work? Can we do that?
The only other thing that I can suggest is, while there's several recommendations on the table and we haven't reduced the number of scenarios, and given the time of the evening, my recommendation is that we don't reduce the scenarios as is currently, and that you allow the board president and I to meet and then to determine how we're going to communicate those motions associated with the meeting on the 21st. And we'll make sure that all board members and the public are apprised of what those motions will be. So I'll take into consideration the comments made to the right of me, as well as anything else that may come before me. That's probably the best for this, based on the time and our coherence. And you made a good point.
Sounds good to me.
Best point. I know it's been difficult, folks, and I don't mean to drag this on. I just think it's very important. So process, as you know, is an important part of this, of our decision making. And so if you allow the board president and I to resolve this and then communicate it out, I think that's what we'll do.
My alarm clock goes off in 5 hours, so...
Yeah. Board President, are you okay with that?
I think at this point, we can't reduce the number of options we had in front of us. So there's really three. There's the do nothing option, which is really just redistricting. There's closing one of two schools. I wouldn't want to leave here with a direction that we're only going to vote on one of the two schools, because I want people to give some thought into which school. And then there's the other option of utilizing the K through 3 and the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you have information that you want to put forth for another option, or another questions related to another option, that you may want to add another motion to add something else, please share that with Dr. Zerbe, and then he can get you the information. Because if he can get you the information and you feel very strongly that there's a good third, or whatever number option there is that we should consider, then you can come prepared to state that, and we can consider adding it. But if he gives you the information and it points to, well, that, I don't think that's really going to work, then you can just not create a motion to add that. But I think what I want to do is I want to get this voted on the 21st, and I want to try to get everybody's options. I know for option 8 that we've been calling about, I know Herb needs some more information on that, about the 4th, 5th grade. And then for those others that wanted a slightly different option, if you can please share that information, and we can see what information get back to you.
So if I could have that information by noon on Friday, is that more reasonable?
Let's try our darndest to get this resolved at the 21st, okay? So we can move on. All right. Motion to adjourn. Second. All those in favor? Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you hanging in there.